What is up, everybody? Alright, well, this is the new account, and I'm not really sure what we're gonna do today because there's no real event I need to work on. I don't think we're quite ready for America yet, so we might kind of just grab some mats or something and maybe play the main account in a little bit or something like that. I don't want to like blow a bunch of apples, you know, when nothing's going on. Okay, let's see if we get any luck. Oh, speaking of the new account, though, I'm trying to think about what to do with SQ on this account, and everybody seems to want me to just roll on story. But the one thing, and that's fine with me. I don't really care if I save up for something or not on this account. But if they ever add like a new 3-star down the line, you know, it's nice to have a bit of SQ saved up so I could grab them on, you know, like every account. But yeah, we'll see. I kind of want people's opinion in chat and in YouTube later about what they want to see with SQ. The main thing is, if we use our SQ all the time on story summon, although that would be fun, you know, we're going to get kind of front loaded on CEs. For most paid players, it might take them a while to get, you know, some of the default craft essences like K-Scope or whatever. We'd get those things a lot sooner than an average player just because we're so consistently rolling in story. So that'd be kind of, you know, throw things off a bit. We'd get things like Bedivere easier than most players and stuff like that. But if we do decide to roll on story, it would be kind of fun because we'll just get random nonsense. But I feel like I kind of want to, at this point, wait then to roll until we beat Camelot so I can get Bedivere. At least in P2. Hey, Heal. Thank you for the resub, man. 16 months, jeez. But yeah, for right now, we'll save what we got, and we'll just see. But yeah, we'll probably do a lot of story summoning, and maybe we just like hold on to like 300 SQ at all times in case they add a new 3-star. Then everything we get above that we throw into story or something like that. Or maybe we use our SQ but we save our summon tickets. Okay, well, we're not ready for America. Do we have any strengthening quests we need to do? I don't think so. Okay, although I can't remember if you need to do Spartacus's interlude to unlock his strengthening quest later, I'm not sure. Well, we always need embers, although not too much, really. It's not really the hold-up right now. Need Yggdrasil seeds quite a lot. I don't think most of the stages that are good to farm Yggdrasil seeds are like way later in the game. It's like Babylon. I think Babylon is actually Babylonia. I think that's the best free quest for them. And then it's like Salem and Argartha and crap like that. So this isn't the best time to farm seeds right now. But we do need a lot of those. Yeah, you get all kinds of crazy stuff from the story. Yeah, Surtur's a pretty fun fight. I wish it was a little bit harder, but he is fun. When I did him on the 1 to 3-star account, I was kind of surprised at how easy it was. I wish it had been a little bit harder. Although some of that is the fact he's a saber, and budget, you know, when it's a single target fight and it's a saber, it's generally pretty easy for budget people because there's so many strong archers. What really gets budget accounts and free-to-play accounts and stuff is normally AoE and then, you know, not sabers. Yeah, if you didn't get the extra help, that makes Surtur a lot harder for sure. Yeah, ST Assassins, but that's, even if, like, an ST Assassin fight, like, you know, Assassin of Inferno, that's still easier. Imagine if that Assassin of Inferno fight, instead of that, it was like 3 of her. Right, and they all have health bars, right? That'd be pretty bad. Although at least there's budget AoE casters. We could always do free quests. That's, oh fuck! I just realized we never fought Hercules in Fuyuki. Whoops. We were supposed to do that a long time ago. I totally forgot about this. Well, we'll try to summon something that's totally useless. So we're not getting carried in anyway. I feel like at this point our account's strong enough that we gotta do this without any help. Could always do Hercules versus Hercules. Do we try to do Hercules versus Hercules? Do we see if our Hercules is strong enough yet? Obviously ours is still kind of a baby with those 1-1-1 skills. Replica fight? Okay. I'm concerned. So we don't have his bond CE, so we either go damage, 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 or we go with the survivability from like this one. This will buy us like a turn or two. I think we go for damage. Let's go for Mad Deeps and see how that goes. I almost want to use this, because that's a lot of damage, but we'll go with this one. The standard starting NP. That might be wrong though. Isn't there trash here? I think there is trash here. Okay, we'll be ballsy and we'll try Art of Death. We'll see if we can get our NP in time. Oh man, we don't have Atlas yet. That's the one big downside to getting Enkidu as our first 5 stars. We actually like Enkidu, and there's no way I'm gonna burn him. Because if I had gotten like, you know, just some stupid 5-star that I don't care about, I'd be like, oh yeah, I'll just burn them and get Atlas. Oh, there's no trash. Okay, there's no trash, Mom. Mistakes have been made. I like how I'm trying to get NP right now. There's no way that's the right decision. My sound effects are like so delayed. What the fuck? My sound effects are like so delayed, at least on my stream. Well, fuck it. I guess we just keep going for the NP gain. Guys, it's so obvious I'm talking about Anniversary Blonde. That's just like, yeah, I did this whole time playing the game for 5 years. I didn't know Atlas was free. You know, I only unlocked it on like 30 accounts. Yep. OG Berserkers, only 2 actions per turn. That makes it better if I use that CE with the evade on it. My sound was off there. I think I fixed it, but I don't know. It's really hard for me to check that kind of stuff because if you're not careful about it, you just echo like crazy to the stream, so. If we see red, press red now. We might have this. Oh yeah, we got this, because we'll get our NP before... Oh yeah. Boss gonna need so much more help in this. Because we still got Guts, we still got... Evade. We might live one more turn, though probably not. Got our NP this turn, got the attack up. Wow, he's already dead. I'm disappointed. You were too weak, Shadow Herc. You let me down. That was easier than I thought. I should have done that so much sooner. I really didn't... I thought it was harder than that. Like, it was just 200k, no trash mobs. Obviously, he hit super hard for, like, early in the game and everything. That wasn't as big of a deal as I thought it was. People were bringing up that Dr. Disrespect stuff yesterday. I looked into that today, and yeah, that's kind of weird. I feel like it's probably not. A lot of people are like, oh, DMCA, or like, you know, sexual harassment allegations. I don't think it's that, because it would have leaked if it was those. I think it's like legal stuff. When it's like, you know, really, you know, and sexual allegations can be legal stuff, but generally it's like going to be he said versus she said for quite a while, and you know, that stuff generally gets leaked. It's probably something a lot more serious, like money laundering. So that, well, that's not necessarily more serious, but to the government it's more serious. So I have a feeling like that's why Twitch isn't saying a damn thing. It's because they don't want nothing to do with anything, and like legally they probably can't, and that kind of thing. But yeah, it looks probably legal stuff, but who fucking knows? I'm really trying to think what I want to do, because I really just need like mats, I guess, but like we don't have any good free quests right now. There's Embers, it's kind of boring. Like Embers is fine, but it's such a boring thing to go in stream. Catch up on free quests for SQ. Get some of these interludes out of the way. It's also good for SQ. I guess we'll do some interludes just for funsies, and sometimes they have guaranteed drops that are handy, so why not? I guess we'll do Herculeses. Keep the theme going. I mean, we could just jump into America, but I know we're gonna... I'm trying to pace myself because I know we're gonna have to stop for Camelot at least a little bit. If we don't want to get carried, we gotta, you know, level up a few things. Okay, I don't really have to hold myself back when it comes to interludes and whatnot. We can just go ham on this stuff. Should be fine. Just put people for Bond in the back. We probably could handle America. It's not that tough. I'd like to wait just a little bit before I do America. Not a lot, but I want to wait just a little bit. Catch up a hair, and then catch up a hair again for Camelot, and then just keep going. I mean, there's really no point in attacking or defending him, in my opinion. I don't know much about Dark Disrespect, to be honest, but it's like literally there's no information. I doubt Twitch even knows that much. That's why they're not saying anything. But the fact that they took such extreme action, because generally if there's just allegations or whatever, Twitch might distance themselves from the person, that kind of thing, but they're not going to just instantly permaban and refund all the subs. I heard they refunded everybody's subs, and they did that so fast. That is not normal at all for Twitch. You know, that's a sign of there's some kind of, I would suspect, you know, like money laundering or tax evasion or, you know, something like that. And then that's why Twitch is trying to wash their hands of it just completely. And then they're not saying anything because I'd imagine the authorities told them not to. And it's probably on, you know, lockdown right now. But I mean, who knows? I'm not familiar with the situation really. So, but it's pretty weird because normally when stuff like this happens, things leak. You know, lower level employees are going to leak stuff. You know, or the person, if they're just accused of something, they'll make a statement. You know, that kind of thing. The only way I could see it being like an accusation type situation is if, because a lot of times when there's accusations, be it, you know, sexual harassment or whatever, you know, because it could be other accusations as well. But normally it's like when it's like drama on Twitch or whatever, the person didn't actually go to the authorities, right? There's no like real legal stuff going on, or if there's legal stuff going on, it doesn't go anywhere. You know, a lot of what I'm getting at is a lot of cases happen out of the public eye that you never hear of, and those are the ones that generally go somewhere, right? They're people aren't like, oh, I'm accusing someone on Twitter. It's like, no, they went to the police right away. The police then said, don't fucking talk about this at all, so they can do their investigation without, you know, people covering up evidence and that kind of thing. And then, you know, stuff just is behind closed doors the entire time, and that kind of stuff you're not going to really hear about, I would imagine, because the accusers being instructed to be quiet. The police obviously aren't going to say anything. You know, Twitch isn't involved in the first place. So if it's something like that and there's like real evidence against the person, then you might have a situation like this where, you know, they're, you know, probably going to jail and, you know, not a lot of other people know what's going on. But you know, it could, like I said, it could be anything. It could be, you know, money stuff. I mean, I haven't seen any fans attacking or defending him. I haven't seen anything like that, but I've only looked at it, you know, at a pretty surface level. But I would imagine most people are just hoping it's nothing serious, and then not saying all that much. That's kind of what it seems like. Because I mean, if the guy did something bad, fuck him, right? It's just like if he's doing something illegal or whatever, then he deserves what he gets. But I mean, I know I don't want to say that when I don't know the guy and I don't know the situations. I don't think anyone knows the situation, so. I tell you though, I think you're going to see stuff like this more as time goes on, just because Twitch has become such a, and just streaming in general, not necessarily for Twitch specifically, but streaming has become such a big part of culture, and it's not going anywhere. It's becoming bigger and bigger, and not only does that mean there's more people involved, more money involved, more eyes on it, and then as such, just coincidentally, you're going to have people that, you know, get into legal trouble or you know, have, you know, life drama or whatever. But, you know, there's higher stakes and stuff, you know, there's more companies involved, there's, you know, more legality involved. So you're definitely, as time goes on, you know, it's just like with celebrities and movies and whatnot, you know, things happen and people, you know, break laws or end up in rehab or, you know, whatever, and all kinds of nonsense happens. We're going to see more of that with streaming for sure, just because it's gotten so big. I mean, people are starting to make so much money from streaming, like the big streamers, people that basically become celebrities through streaming. You know, it's such an industry now. Yeah, I mean, that's how I always feel. It's like, I hope nothing really bad happened. I don't want people's, you know, lives to be ruined. I hope people aren't scumbags. But if they are scumbags, then, you know, they, oh, hey, that's exactly what I need. But if they are scumbags, you know, then they, you know, because like if he did something really wrong, he deserves, you know, justice. But I don't know, I have no idea. I would prefer nobody did anything wrong and it's not a big deal. That's how I kind of feel all the time, but that doesn't, that's not normally how things go. Freaking Kiyohime, man. I wonder if this stage will keep dropping seeds. Probably not, but I need 8 of them. I mean, ultimately, I'm going to need a lot more than 8 of them, but right now I need 8 of them. Damn. No kill. I do hope we get some news though for FGO soon, because you know, the rerun wasn't exactly anything exciting because it's just a rerun, and it's, you know, they didn't add anything new to the event aside from the buff for Artoria, I suppose. But anyway, that event's not hype, and then the event went on forever. Like, it's one of the longer, it's like a 3-week event, right? That's really long time without anything, and there wasn't really anything all that exciting before it either. So I feel like FGO JP's been kind of dead in the water for a while. Be nice if we get something, you know, interesting. And man, I wanted to do Lost Belt, you know, 6 soon, but that's probably not going to happen. That's some wishful thinking right there. Lost Belt 5 was just so fun that I'm like super spoiled. Yeah, QP's always nice, but I didn't need it too much, so. Oh yeah, practicality-wise, the rerun is really useful, but you can't deny that it's a really long rerun, and like it's kind of a dragged out one, if that makes any sense. Where like you could generally give people equal rewards to what we got from the entirety of the event, but giving it to them faster so you didn't have to take forever, which that would have been better. Hey Valentine for the resub for 2 months, thank you. Yeah, I agree. I think Lost Belt 6 will probably be at the end of the year. They've been really slow with singularities in the last few years, so. And they really like having a singularity at the end of the year. They do that all the time. The question is the next... Fuck this game, dude! I'm sitting here trying to talk to my chat and this guy's like, I'm a murder Robin. Well, shit. What was I even saying? Oh, what I want to know is if at the end of the year... Man, I'm so pissed that Robin just died like that. That was so dumb. We're actually kind of trouble because this is just wave 2 and I'm like... Now, and like, well, my entire back row is shit units that are just going to hold me back. Like, make my DPS way slower. But I'm wondering if the end of the year singularity, I swear I'm going to finish this thought at some point. Will you fuck off, you fucking Panther Axe psychos? I don't know what to call these things. But I wonder if the end of the year singularity is going to be Lost Belt 6 or the Black Dot, right? If it's the Black Dot, I'm super disappointed because then they're just dragging this out to the point of absurdity, because then they're going to be all like, well, that means Lost Belt 6 will be like mid next year, right? And then Lost Belt 7 at the end of next year. Like, that's, I mean, that's so slow, dude. Like, I want Lost Belt 6 at the end of this year, and then Lost Belt 7 in the middle of next year, and then, like, be done, right? But they're not, they're just, God, they can't have a, you know, pacing, what is that? I'd like to still be alive by the time we get to, you know, 3.0. That's kind of what I'm getting at. I'd like to, you know, still be around. It's actually noteworthy that Alexander's first skill is a team-wide buff, because every once in a while you have bosses like Anastasia, for example, that give you buff block, maybe right off the bat, and maybe you want to solo or something, and you don't want to bring units that are going to live, but you want to get rid of the buff block. You know, it's rare to find units that actually have team-wide buffs that could get rid of a buff block like that. There's like him and Bedivere are like the two that come to mind that can, like, at level 1, Player buff log for you. Lost belt 7 on year 7 of FGO. Let's hope not. I only got so much sanity. This could have gone so much better. I should have just like set up someone's NP. I imagine they're gonna like de-escalate the story quite a bit with 3.0. And that sounds like what they want to do. The only way they won't... Actually, I think even if they decide to make 3.0 continue on with the same cast, because as I've said a million times, you know, DW has said, or Nasu has said, that they were undecided. This was like a year ago now, but they were undecided if they were going to make 3.0 a brand new thing, its own, you know, roster, not connected to 1.0 and 2.0 in any way, or if they wanted 3.0 to just continue on from 2.0. And Nasu was saying he was making a basic plot outline for both outcomes. And I think even if they decide to make 3.0 a continuation of 1.0 and 2.0, which I don't think they should do that at all. I think it's a terrible idea. But if they do go that route, I think they're still going to do like a reset. You know, maybe years later. That whole you know, it'll be the same characters, but in a new situation, right? And it'll be a while later. I think they'd really, you know, dial everything back again and kind of start things over. It'd be kind of like when you have a season 1 that like ends on 11 out of 10, and then season 2, all of a sudden everyone's back in school and just chilling, and then it ends in the apocalypse again, right? That, you know, anime does that shit all the time. So that's kind of how I think they would handle it. But also, if they decide to make 3.0 just a brand new story, which is what I hope they do, then obviously they're going to start from, you know, 0 and you know, work their way up. And probably just focus on very different aspects of the universe and stuff. I mean, I don't think they've really completely dropped the Foreigner plot. I think the main thing they're planning on doing with the Foreigner plot is Shakespeare. I'm sorry. Sherlock! Excuse... Guys, Shakespeare was Cthulhu all along. This explains so much, but no, I think Sherlock is going to be the culmination of the Foreigner plot, and there's hints at that everywhere. And for God's sakes, like, his outfit looks like the goddamn Foreigner class card. Yeah, the new account just beat London, so far so good. Basically, I made the account, and then I didn't get to play it for ages because I had massive internet problems for so long, and my ISP just could not get their head out of their ass, and there was just so many issues, so I didn't want to do, you know, stuff off stream too much, so we kind of had to wait for a long time, and we're kind of just now getting back into it. Yeah, we beat London yesterday. Yeah, I don't want 3.0 to be like 1. Well, you could do 3.0 like 1.5 if each individual story was better and like was more of a fulfilling thing. You know, I'd be okay with like if each story was somewhat disconnected and maybe focuses on a different main character and all that. I've said that in the past, so I think that could work. I actually kind of like that idea. But then you need to make sure each story is, you know, pretty complete and flushed out and not rushed and not, you know, you're not trying to do a reset button every singularity, right? Like, that doesn't work so good. But it's possible to do kind of somewhat disjointed stories like how 1.5 is. I think the problem with 1.5 is most of the stories aren't given enough room to breathe, and they kind of work too hard to make each story a reset button and for them to be disconnected from each other entirely. Another problem with that is I think the fact that they did 1.5, like, give me some feedback here, chat. I feel like if 1.5 wasn't all back-to-back, it would have worked better. Like, it was like, hey, every once in a while, hey, we do a side story every once in a while, and it's kind of its own thing, right? But they were just like, hey, we're going to do like a side story 4 times in a row for a year, right? I don't think that was a great way of handling that, especially when that's what events kind of are anyway. You know, events, the more serious event stories anyway. Obviously, some event stories are just like lol jokes. But the fact that they just did like 4 side stories back to back and we got nothing major for like a year, that was kind of lame. We haven't done any free quests like at all. There's so much SQ sitting there. What I'll probably do is I'll start doing free quests way down the line when I'm like level 130 or whatever, when you don't really get to level up anymore, and I'll just do it like off stream in my free time, you know, just to use up my AP in the day, and I'll just, you know, that way I accumulate the SQ and whatnot. But I don't want to be like, yeah, let's stream free quests, right? That kind of sucks. Guess we just... We'll do coups just because it's coup. I was gonna say start at the top, but I'm biased. Also, this is a day 1 interlude, so it's like a complete joke. I don't think Mordred is necessary for this at all, but this is just going to be so easy that it's kind of irrelevant. That was funny though when I had to do like all those free quests on my ult account. That was for I think Achilles, because we knew Achilles was getting rated up. I mean, a Scatty can be good for you even if you don't have a quick AoE unit. And also, she's not good with every quick AoE unit because they don't always have good hit counts. But even with something as simple as like Ku or Billy the Kid, you know, she'll make them get their MP super fast and do a bunch of damage. That's not necessarily going to be good enough for farming, but that's perfectly fine for killing bosses and stuff. But yeah, if you don't have like Lancelot, Edmund, Valkyrie, Atalante, you're not going to get that much out of Scatty, to be honest. She's good, she's still going to be a support. It's like, oh wow, she's strong. But she's not going to be like, LOL, I'm making farming so easy, boys, right? It's not going to be anything like that unless you've got a lot of stuff to go along with her. I actually think a single Scatty, though, is a very fun support to use, because I think a Scatty on her own is not that OP. Like, she's just not, and she doesn't result. Like, what makes her get broken is when you have all the pieces of Exodia, and you know it becomes way more than the sum of its parts. When you just have a Scatty on a team, it's like, yeah, I can rush somebody's NP and get some nice damage up, and maybe go for some crits and that kind of thing. But it's nothing crazy. You're not going to be looping. You don't have so much quick up. You just get, you know, all the NP refund and that kind of stuff. And I actually think she's kind of a fun support. I actually wish she wasn't so famous for being so broken, because most people can't see the difference between a single Scatty and double Scatty shenanigans. I do want a low star quick support though. I don't really care if it's a 3-star or 1-star or 2-star, doesn't really matter. It needs to be, I want something kind of like Mozart, but for quick. You gotta be a bit careful with it, obviously. Just the way quick works, it can get out of hand. But a kind of a bursty, someone that helps you reliably get crit stars and, you know, get some nice quick up. Because really, all they have is Alexander, who, you know, is good, but isn't, I don't even know how to classify Alexander. He's such a weird unit because he's offensive only in terms of, but just numbers. Because you could say NP battery, like on Scatty, is offensive only, but that's unique to also giving you an NP. That's kind of like worthy of its own category. It's like, oh, you get your NP much faster with the support. You know, Alexander does not help you get your NP. He does not generate stars. He doesn't, and all he does is attack up, quick up. That's it. And then the other stuff is like utility based with the buff removal and the charm, and that's great, but that's, you know, that's independent. Like, when you need buff removal or charm is not going to be aligned with when you necessarily need a purely damage up support, right? Those are very different things, and sometimes them being together is really good, and I actually think Alexander is a very, very good 3-star. But he just doesn't fill the role of like a standard support. He's nothing like Shakespeare, Mozart, Qin Gong, Hans. He's just nothing like those units. He's way more like Fuma, if anything. But yeah, I want a more standard quick support. And then you could use them with Alex, and that would be really nice. Hans is basically the best quick support right now, but he's not unique to quick in any way, which is what makes it kind of unsatisfying, because everybody gets access to that, and Mozart. That's the thing, an art team can have Hans, and all the wonderful goodies Hans gives you with like his new 3rd skill, and his crit up, and the healing, and all this stuff. And then you can also have Mozart on the team. So that gives you really nice options, and Buster could do Qingong and Hans. Or Mozart, I'm sorry, or Shakespeare and Hans and things like that. Where for quick, it's like you could do Hans and Hans, you know, or Hans and Alexander, but that just doesn't, that's not nearly as good unless there's a, you know, a buff element. If you give Alexander a team-wide battery though, oh boy, that'd be good. Add like a 10% NP battery or 20% NP battery to Alexander's charisma, and all of a sudden you got like a god tier budget support. But they're not gonna do that. Not a chance. By the way, I'm sending myself FP. Feels good. Qin is just so good for Buster units, and he's obviously best for berserkers, but he's still just good in general. Because the general support he gives, you know, you got damage cut, that's really nice. You've got Buster up, you've got NP battery, and a taunt, and crit down. You know, all these things are really useful. in general. And then if you're a Berserker, then you get this giant, you know, crit buff, which is really nice. Taunt alone is such a strong ability, and the fact that you can put it on himself and cycle, or give it to a tanky unit, or just give it to someone else you want to cycle. Hell, you could give it to your DPS unit that has an evade skill up, so they get the NP gain from being attacked, and they're still safe. He's not quite as good as Merlin. He's like a budget Merlin for Berserkers, and then he's way behind Merlin if they're not a Berserker. But he's like a short-term Merlin, kind of. He's a more I mean, he is much weaker than Merlin, I will say. Outside of the fact that you could have double Merlin and Shins. Now you kind of have 3 Merlins, right? That can kind of get crazy. And the cycle. If you're able to take advantage of his extra ability to cycle, or you just need taunt. You know, some fights it's like you really need taunt, and then he could actually be better than Merlin in that situation. Rarely, though, because, you know, Merlin's got invulnerability for the team and healing and blah, 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 blah. But he keeps up. He's a budget unit that's like, hey, this is kind of a nice budget option or alternative to Merlin. I would say overall, for most players, he's pretty far behind Merlin. But Merlin is so broken that just being behind Merlin doesn't really mean anything. It's like, wow, you're behind the best support in the game. Oh no. Mozart, Robin, and Hans. I'd say a really common one is Nash, Robin, and Hans. And then maybe Mozart in the back, or switch Mysticode Mozart, because Hans and Nash together is a really large amount of survivability for your team, especially if the DPS unit has their own hard survival thing. Because you have to be a bit careful, because Hans doesn't have any hard survival on his own, and then Mash is mostly just a fuckload of soft survival. But she has so much that, in combination with Hans, sometimes you can kind of turn it into hard survival to tank an NP. But it's not as guaranteed. But if you're using like Robin, who has an evade skill, so you're like, oh hey, I've got a gap in my all this massive defense up and stuff, and there's an NP coming my way, you can just click Robin's evade, and then maybe use your Mysticode to save Hans or something, things like that. That's a really, I tell you, that's one of the best reasons to Grail Hans and Robin. They're going to be so useful so often anyway, but if you want to do Mash, if you got Mash 10-10-10, Robin 10-10-10, Hans 10-10-10, and then Robin and Hans are grailed, and that's Cairo does it all the time. Cairo like uses that team comp for challenge quests all the time, and it's super strong. It is super strong, and even if the DPS ends up being something other than Robin, the 100 Hans is just so tanky in combination with Mash and everything that's such a like, and everyone gets it. That's what's nice about it. Grailing Hans, and everyone can get them, and then everyone has Mash by default. So that's such a powerful support backbone. You don't have to rely on getting Merlin and all these other like more rare things, and you've got like a guaranteed, you know, really good, you know, way to keep a unit alive and keep the gas going, if you will. Do I NP here? Nah. How to use Mordred's second skill. So I was looking into this, and I'm kind of, I doubt it. I feel like this is a coincidence, but a lot of people have talked about how like FGO puts Mordred in somewhat of a better light, although, you know, I think the way they more portray it is that, you know, it's more sympathetic how she ends up, and then she becomes a better person after. That's very much the way they go. Like, as she's dying, she becomes a much better person, and that's kind of her whole thing in APOC and everything. But they don't really sugarcoat, you know, she still does really bad stuff at the end there and all that. You know, the motivation is somewhat relatable, but it's still bad, right? I don't think they really try to whitewash that at all. But what I'm getting at is, you know, no question, they try to make Mordred more sympathetic and relatable, right? Which is generally a good idea for your villains, by the way. You don't, real life people are generally not, you know, mustache twirling baddies. But from what I've seen, the Welsh stuff and Celtic stuff that inspired Mordred and how that kind of got put into the whole shtick, they also portrayed Mordred as way more of a sympathetic character. And if anything, hi Rex, thank you for the host. I've made it, boys. We're in the big time, right? We got that Rex bomb. Feels good, man. Anyway, what I'm not here. But yeah, the Welsh stuff kind of portrayed their version of Mordred as more of a, I wouldn't really say hero, but more of a good guy, kind of. It's kind of interesting. But yeah, it's kind of wild how much stuff was pulled from Celtic stuff for the Arthurian legends. It's pretty neat, actually. And unfortunately, a lot of it's lost to time. A lot of Celtic stuff didn't survive time, unfortunately, and there's a lot of like confusion and whatnot. But it is pretty clear that a lot of Arthurian legend is pulled from Celtic stuff. Dude, I love Celtic stuff. It's great. It's because there's so I'm really salty that so much of it was lost to time because it's so unique and it's so wide-ranging. There's so much neat Celtic stuff, and some of it's like, you know, interacts with each other and all that. But it has quite the range and a lot of like different stories and areas to pick from, which is really cool. It just sucks that we lost a lot of it because what is there I find super enjoyable. Yeah, I'll have to look into that more, GP. It's hard to say because sometimes Fate really does pull from, you know, other stories and whatnot, and they actually like try to really do a good job of representing like those takes and whatnot. And sometimes they just generically throw whatever the fuck out that they want, and it's because there's all these different writers and whatnot. So, you know, they have different priorities, and some of them are good at writing, and some of them aren't, and these kinds of things. So it can be, Fate characters can be so inconsistent with, like, are they actually basing this on something, or did they just you know, vomit up this version of the character? So I have to look to. It can be hard to tell sometimes. Honestly, hosting doesn't do a whole lot, but yeah, basically if you go to Rex's channel, you'll see my stream right now. It can be really good when you have like a really big streamer host someone, because like the thing is, if I host somebody, it doesn't really mean anything because I'm a super small stream. No one's like just chilling on my channel page if I'm not streaming, right? That's not a thing. So if I host somebody, it doesn't actually translate into views, right? Where if you've got some like huge streamer, you know, some big boy streamer, professional streamer that hosts somebody, that's going to result in like thousands and thousands of views, and so that can actually, you know, be a big deal. Guess I just blast this in the face here. Dude, the history of Mordred in real life is pretty wild, because, like I said, in a lot of the Arthurian legends, it's just, he's such a minor character, and sometimes he's not even in it. But then in others, he is definitely you know, as time went on, he definitely was made more impactful and stuff. But some of the early stuff is kind of lame. Like, I'm not trying to hit on Mordred or anything, but some of the early takes on Mordred is just lame. Like just no background given, no real fleshing out, no logic, just really random usurper that's, I'm gonna take over the kingdom, right? And it's pretty bad. Thankfully, they do more with it in other takes, but so I actually wasn't paying attention to the drops I was getting. I know Blackbeard's interlude gives you a crap load of pages, and it's like a whole shtick in the story there. I remember when this was spelled wrong. Good times. I can't remember, in the NA version, is it capital like that? Because this is JP, and all the other interludes, as you see, they're named in JP, but the Kojiro one is in English. But you know, it was English originally. It is capital? That's funny. Oh, the grammar. Fuck it, we'll do it. Yeah, it used to be Legend of the Samurai, though, which is pretty great. Dude, they have such L&R problems. Altria. Dude, I like how some of the oldest character material books spell her name as Ultria, and that's why a lot of people like act like it's legit. But then the oldest character material book spelled Medusa like I can't even say it. It's not Medusa. It was like a lot of extra. Hopefully someone in chat remembers how they spelled it. But it was like a lot of extra letters in Medusa's name for no reason. Like it's like the fuck is that? Like they just the English was not great. Yeah, it was like Medusa USA basically. Yeah. And it wasn't even the translation, like it was the original. It's an untranslated version. They would put their names in English, like in the back of the page and stuff, and then like in all capital letters and stuff, and then they're just spelled really incorrectly. And then now in the official FGO translation, they spelled it the same way because it's Type Moon. And I like how Type Moon even instructed them to do that. They specifically, you know, singled out Artoria and are like, you gotta spell it this way. You can find the character material books all over the place. You can find them on Reddit, you can find them in Beast Slayer, you can just Google them. I don't really think they're embracing the meme. I don't think they understand that it is a meme because they don't understand English well enough. I think it's more of they spelled it that way back in the day, so they're trying to legitimize that and just run with it. I don't really know because it's not like when the Japanese say her name, they don't pronounce it that way. They don't pronounce it as Ultria. They don't do that, right? So it's just English understanding fail. Yeah, I don't think you could get away with it on Medusa, especially the big part there is because, and this, I think this is why. First of all, Artoria is like the main character in Fate, obviously, but it's because Artoria is not a real historical figure. You know, Arthur is, Artoria is not. Where Medusa is a real thing. There is a undeniable way Medusa is supposed to be spelled. Although actually even that is debatable because that has changed over the years and you got the original Greek and all that stuff. But there's a, so let's not get into that. There's still a uniform, like, a global agreement on how Medusa is supposed to be spelled in like every language, not just English. So it's kind of hard not to just use that. Where with Artoria, it's a made-up name and a made-up character. So, you know, they don't have like an official outside source to pull from on the way it's supposed to be spelled in English. And the way why it's spelled so poorly in the character material book, like the original one, is because they just, you know, they were small indie dev, please understand, except for once that's for real. Back then, Type Moon really was this tiny little company and had no idea what they were doing. And, you know, they didn't, I guess, bother to look into how it should have been done. Good old Zeus. Yeah, it does bother me that they don't say it Ultria, but they want us to spell it that way. Like they know our language better than we do, and it's unfortunate. This is only one wave, huh? I mean, I could have heard just kill this one, but I want the NP. Wow. I see how it is. Do her first kill next turn, kill the middle one. I guess you don't really need Ushi for this. I like when they misspelled Billy. At least That was just a mistake, though. There's no way that was Type Moon telling them to do it like that. There's no way. That was just a fuck up, and they fixed it really fast. That's a bad one to mess up, though, because he's one of the only, like, American characters that they, like, put any effort into at all. And he's probably the most popular American character, at least to the American player base and everything. And that's obviously the NA version of the game. That was a really bad character to fuck up. I do find it fun. Why am I should have NP'd the... I'm doing this wrong. I should NP'd the assassin. Anyway, I do find it funny that Billy is super unpopular on JP, and you just don't... Nobody grails him or even uses him, really, or talks about him. Got, like, no fan art and that kind of thing. Very unpopular character. Does, you know, have some degree of a following, but not much. Very, very unpopular character. But then in NA, although he's still not... You know, he's no Masashi... Or Jolter, you know, obviously the waifu power is strong with the player base. But Billy is noticeably way more popular in NA than he is on JP. Like, it's not that hard to find Grailed Billies, and people actually talk about them and use them, and there's, you know, more hustle and bustle around the character, where in JP is just like... Thus him not getting an animation update in Saber Wars 2, which was the worst thing. I hope they at least do it in Saber Wars 3, man. Like, come on. I would honestly feel pretty doomed that they weren't going to update Billy at all, but because they put him in the last, like, the little epilogue outro bit at the very end of Saber Wars 2, and that was obviously being used to hype up that new character that they'll probably add, you know, next year. And because Billy was in that bit, that makes me think they'll use him again. And so he'll have another shot at getting an animation update. But they might just ignore him again. So, I mean, they ignored him once, so they're perfectly capable of ignoring him a second time. I have Billy Grailed on NA and JP. So do I. Grailed more on JP, but it's kind of because I care about JP more. Yeah, I know. I will say this, though. Billy played a bigger role in the story than Hans did, I would say. Although, it's kind of hard to quantify because it was really different. Where Billy was just, you know, like in a good chunk of the main story for that event. Hans was, like, the main dude for, like, the whole thing for the side story that they added. You know, Billy wasn't, like, a main character or anything in Saber Wars 2. But he was part of, like, the main thing. And for a decent amount. Where Hans was just the complete focus on the good guy side, but for like the new side story. So, yeah, I'd say both of them is kind of criminal. If they make Billy a space cowboy, I'm gonna be really mad. Thankfully, they're too lazy to do that, though. A couple of crits there. Freaking assassins, man. If they did Space Billy, it wouldn't be an animation update. It would be a new, like, 4-star version of Billy. They make that version the Gunner Billy, and then I'd be really salty. Yeah, I'd like a more regular version of Paul, especially because they mentioned that there is one, but I don't think we're ever gonna get it. More fireworks every day, man. I'm getting real tired of that. Like, it's fucking daylight and people are shooting fireworks still. Come to Chaldia, we have a book, a giant mossy girl, dinosaur, and cheerleader. That's all accurate. Yeah, I had a feeling it was gonna be a stage like this again. Only one wave. Frickin' Summer Mordred, man. Guys, we can't collab with other stories because that would be too weird. But this is fine. This is fine. Guys, remember in Fate Zero when Gilgamesh was fighting Artoria, but then Mordred showed up on a surfboard and everything turned into water? Remember that part? But yeah, I remember that. Want to buy Tank Nobu. Can you imagine the part with Caster Gilius and Fate Zero? You know, like the whole city's in danger. You know, you got all this drama between the servants, and Lancelot's over there reeing on his little paper plane. You know, and then imagine instead of Artoria, you know, fighting Dagon, basically, it was Summer Artoria, right? Remember that big dramatic scene, you know, and Gilius is seeing, you know, Joan of Arc and the light and all that, but instead of that light, it's a giant fucking water gun. Like, I'm just imagining Gilius, like, having a moment and then just water to the face and just ruins everything and just dies in misery. This is, a weird stage right here. Yeah, I guess there is an audience for that. So I suspect this thing is going to die next turn, because statistically speaking, we're going to get a bunch of Nobu Buster cards. Because the deck is spread over 3 hands. She had no Buster cards the first hand. She has 3 Buster cards. I hate this game. I hate this game. So what I'm going to give evade to Ushi, so nobody dies and the deck doesn't get shuffled. So now this is just disappointing, because like now we're going to do damage and it'll like kind of die, but it won't. But then next turn when we get a bunch of Buster cards, the Chimera's going to have so little life, I don't actually get to show off big Nobu damage. Yeah, it's at 14k life. Like, oh man, that's great for showing off. Like, that damage sound though. I just like how she acts so serious, and then that's her damage sound. A little bit of damage. Now think of Heaven's Feel, right? The big dramatic showdown with like Medusa and Shiro and Saber Alter. But instead of Saber Alter, it's like Maid Alter. Right? It's just that, it's like, yeah, you're totally gonna see that in the Ufotable work, right? Like that's, you know, she's gonna take him on with the mop. And you keep all the dramatic music and stuff. You know, you don't act like it's a joke. But no, it's like, no, this is fine. Okay, I have no idea what these like stages drop. Like, I'm mostly doing this trying to get stupid mats, so it's like there's no way to know which ones are worth doing. Oh yeah, there's another Hercules one. That's kind of funny, actually. Because, that really is silly. That, hold on. Hold on. What? There's so many characters. Oh my god, this is silly. Okay, so there's a lot of characters in this game that either have no interlude or their only interlude is like a day one interlude. Like, you know, Protoku's interlude is from day one and it's terrible. It doesn't characterize him in any way. It's just trash writing. You know, there's pretty much all the day one interludes are terrible, right? Like, or even like year one interludes are mostly pretty terrible. And almost all those characters have never gotten a second look, right? That's their moment. Like, that's their thing. Like, you know, Phantom's got his complete throwaway interlude that's a nothing burger. And like, they've, after all this time, they've never been like, oh yeah, we never really gave, you know, Phantom a moment. You know, his own interlude's a joke. We could probably, you know, no. He doesn't get a second interlude. No. But Hercules, the guy in his berserker form that just goes all the time, he gets 2 interludes. No buff though. No buff. It's not like his unit's like, oh, we gave him an interlude, and then later for like one of those interlude batches that can sometimes come with a buff, then they decided to buff him, so then he got an interlude along with that. Like, no. It's not that. And I'm pretty sure this is the real travesty of it. Is I'm pretty sure both of Hercules' interludes are year 1. Like, so they're both bad, right? They're both like really old FGO writing that don't actually mean anything and doesn't have any like depth to it. Like, I'm pretty sure both of his interludes are like that. So it's like, this is really bad for everyone involved, right? You know, Hercules doesn't say a damn thing in either interlude, and nothing happens really. But he gets 2 of them, so it's like 2 throwaway interludes, right? And then you got, you know, no one else gets like the newer ones, and that just means I guess Hercules is even less likely to get a proper one. If I remember correctly, one of them you just like generically fight a dragon and some shit. Like, they don't do anything. All the old interludes are bad, and I'm pretty sure Hercules' are both really old. I think his second one might not be day 1, but it's certainly like within like the first, I don't know, 6 months of the game or something like that, maybe a year. Gotta be so stupid to give Mash an interlude because she's in everyone's fucking interlude, although they don't do that as much anymore, thankfully. But you know who needs another interlude is Romulus. That was so his interlude is so fucking insulting. Like, dude, some of the, you know, there's so many things I like about Fate, and there's lots of fun stuff and good voice acting, and sometimes they make characters that are really, you know, interesting and all that stuff, but oh my god, there's so much pandering and just making shit up as they go and just forgetting things that they established in the past. Like, the fucking Romulus interlude, it's like you made an interlude for Romulus for Nero fans. Like, it's just stupid. They were just like, yeah, let's find more ways to pander to Nero fans, right? Instead of, you know, actually giving Romulus a fucking interlude. Just so bad, dude. I mean, Nero interlude 4? Yeah, pretty much. Septum just needs to be deleted. There's like, it's just, oh my god, like on such a conceptual level it was so bad, like it's so bad. It really is ridiculous too, because Nero is a famous Roman figure, but let's be real, Nero pales in comparison to like Julius Caesar, and I mean there's so many big Roman names that are so much more popular and or more famous, and rightfully so, than Nero. Nero is really not that big of a name. Yeah, Augustus is a big one. I mean, most of the other Roman characters that they've added are a lot more of a big deal than Nero. Nero is more known for being bad, and not, you know, that's more how Nero is generally seen. I want the Caesar from Fate prototype though. I want that pretty bad. Really like his design. Very evil. I'd like to see him get flushed out a bit more. He's a bit, from what they've shown in Fate Prototype, he's just slightly generically evil, but like I said, they can flush that out. And I will say, if you're going to have a really generically evil villain like that, you can make it still really enjoyable if the character's, you know, awesome, and he definitely is. And he's like super brutal and all that, so it's kind of cool. Hey, Arjuna. I mean, actually, other stories have already done the kind of Fate thing, and Fate wasn't even the first thing to do it. They've just gotten super big. I mean, Lucius Tiberius is Caesar. Caesar is a title. Good old punchy punch. And I don't really have a DPS assassin at all right now. Rex, feel free to time that kind of stuff out. You know what I'm talking about. We've had I've had to talk about this enough that I'm kind of tired of it. Bodica's Interlude's really bad too. Yep, that one's really shit. I do think Proto Kuz is one of the worst though. It doesn't do anything like crazy insulting or anything like that, but it's just terrible. I mean, it's so basic and trash that. Like no one is satisfied with that. I could not be more ashamed of chat right now. Like, such a low bar. I mean, the most famous king is probably going to depend on the area, but I'd say globally, it's probably King Arthur, to be honest. Ow. Because, like, King Arthur's not the most popular king in every region. Like, definitely not. But he's known in every region. And then in several areas, he is, like, the most popular, so... I mean, I'd say he's actually way more popular than living kings. Most living kings today aren't popular at all because they're generally very backwater countries and stuff. You know, civilized countries don't generally have kings for obvious reasons. I'm just so tired in the Fate community, and it comes from almost exclusively teenagers. But it's like, anytime people are talking about, you know, what servants they would want or whatever, some guy's got to think he's the most edgy guy ever, that is the first person in history of the Fate community to be like, oh, we should add Hitler. This hasn't been said 50,000 times in the last day. You're so original, champ. Like, I'm not offended, you know, I don't get offended by things like that, but it's just stupid. It's fucking stupid. And it's like, of course they're not gonna add that. You're not smart. It's so old. Just shut the fuck up. Like, I'm so tired of that. And it's like, it's just all of the time. It's so silly. Like, people just trying to say, like, outrageous things. It's such a teenager thing to do. It's like, oh, they're gonna add Stalin. It's like, oh man, you're so clever. Yeah, they did have a lot of controversy around adding Buddha, but I think I always say I think that was really overblown. I think that was a vocal minority that didn't even play Beta Extra at all, and they were just looking to get mad, and it died down in 5 seconds, and no one remembers it. But that kind of crowd will always be there, and they'll always act up anytime you do anything. But I think Buddha is a much less controversial figure to add compared to some of the other ones, so the fact that he stirred up that much trouble and they seem to have like kind of backed down from using Buddha means I don't think they're going to use anything more controversial than that. I don't think they would do Indigo because it's like, it's kind of like adding Chimera as a servant, right? Now, that's fine with me, right? But I don't think they would do that. Like, I think if they ever use a Wendigo, it would be as an enemy only. Which, I mean, hey, you know, I guess that could be cool too if they did a good job with it, but I don't think they would ever add it as like a playable character or even something that's like a character. It'd be more like a fodder baddie, you know. There's so many fireworks going off right now. Man, that's a nice Moriarty. One day I'll have Moriarty. Except probably not. Oh, let's go with Billy. I was tempted to use Moriarty there though. They said a long time ago they wanted to use Rama's wife. They might get around to it at some point. I don't know if they even know how they want to handle that though, and for once I can see why. Yeah, I can see them probably adding Genghis Khan. He's obviously, like, it's such an old figure. I think it wouldn't really be a controversial thing. I find that funny though. That's how people are. Like time passing has anything to do with something being any less good or bad or whatever, but that's how people are because we're idiots. But anyway, yeah, I think they'll probably add Genghis Khan at some point. The only reason they might not is just because, you know, it's an Asian game, and for, you know, that for whatever reason might make them not want to do it. I actually think he's a pretty interesting person in history, though, because obviously he did a lot of really bad things, like very bad things, obviously. But that doesn't mean there wasn't any degree of wisdom, or you know, he did, you know, because he did know how to, he understood a lot of things, especially for the time and stuff, really well, and did have a lot of wisdom and tactics, and knew how like a lot of like society things would play out and that kind of stuff. So you know, you gotta. You know, people get like so uppity sometimes. It's like, yeah, he's not a perfect person, and overall he was kind of a bad person, but there's still a lot of interesting stuff about him, and you know, it could make a pretty interesting character. So, also Rip Saber Alter. Yeah, I do kind of feel like they're never gonna give Korea anything, which kind of sucks. Being mostly Korean myself. There's a lot that goes into that though. It's like, you know, there's a lot of people in Korea that are overly sensitive and, you know, get uppity about everything. But again, I think that's a vocal minority, and I think it's lame to cave to vocal minorities like that when there's loads of other people in Korea that I don't think would, you know, that they like to see their stuff represented, right? But then you also have, there's bad blood towards Korea from a lot of other Asian countries as well, and vice versa. You know, it's just, you know, even in today's world, that's still a thing, like very much so. So it's kind of obvious if they tiptoe around Korean stuff. Like, it's obvious. Like, the game's been out for so long, and there's zero of them, even though Korea obviously, you know, is a big part of that part of the world's history and everything. And the fact that they just ignore it and act like they don't exist, you know, it's kind of obvious that they're dodging, if you will. The problem is, I think for a lot of people, it's easy for them to add like things that people view as more like classically evil now, or so detached from the modern world. You know, it's kind of like Moriarty, right? So I think Columbus is almost at the point where he's kind of lumped in with that. When they're that old of a historical figure, people don't get offended. Now, I don't think you should get offended anyway, and that kind of thing. But like the more recent things are, and to some extent, I think that's fair, right? If it's so recent, like it still affected people that are alive today, I can kind of understand why that's a bit taboo, and I think rightfully so in that department. But it does get a bit silly, and you know, ultimately, it's not like time makes any difference. A good or a bad action remains a good or a bad action, regardless if it happened yesterday or 300 years ago. It doesn't actually change. You know, humans are just very emotional and irrational. It is what it is, and we're not gonna wanna. If there's something more recent or personally connected to us, or even if it's not personally connected to us, but we've made it personally connected to us just through mental gymnastics. You know, people don't want to. If it was a bad person and legitimately a bad person, they're not going to want to see a good side of them, and they're not going to want to, because there can be very bad people in history, but they still did things. Why are we fighting Saber Ultra again? What? But anyway, you don't want to see, because like it or not, in real life, things are very nuanced and gray. You know, like nobody is just an evil monster that doesn't have a human side to them. You know, humans are humans. And sometimes you have people that are wise in one area, brutal in another, and an idiot in another. And then you know, things are, shit's complicated, right? And people don't like to see more recent, you know, things, especially things that are considered bad, shown in any kind of gray light or showing the human side of it. You know, people don't want to humanize those things. Where if it's someone like Genghis Khan who's so old and detached from like the modern world, people don't care. And like I said, half of that I can kind of understand, and half of it I don't. Because how I kind of see it is, I understand that like things that affect you personally, like, you know, things that affected people that are still alive today and all that kind of stuff, you know, I get that, you know, but on the flip side, I also, and I feel pretty universal about this, at no point do I ever want to demonize people, like ever, even people that are really bad, and I think, oh yeah, those people should be in jail or whatever, you know, it's just a fact that humans are not these black and white things. Right? You know, you can have a monster that did terrible things, and you know, rightfully so, you should throw them in jail or what have you. But it doesn't change the fact that they may have, you know, had a really bad upbringing and you know, all these other things, and then maybe they did have a good side to them. You gotta, you know, I'm not trying to justify their actions by any means, but you know, humans are just like that. Humans are complicated. Humans are generally very gray in a lot of areas, and even a lot of people we hold up as saints have a bad side to them. You know, that's how humans are, and that's just the reality of life. So I like when, in both fiction and in reality, when humans are able to accept, yep, things are more nuanced than that, and you know, not all heroes are white, you know, and shiny and perfect, and even our criminals and scumbags in our society aren't necessarily 100% evil either. Like, it just doesn't work that way. I mean, I would say Fate is respectful most of the time, with a few exceptions which are really bad, but those exceptions normally are like, you know, fictional characters, or, you know, really old, which isn't necessarily an excuse, but it is what it is. And just every once in a while, I think they do a really bad job. Oh yeah, and never mind like more grand stuff, like, you know, people that were like conquerors or kings or murderers. You know, you take it on a way smaller scale than that. People are pretty bad about that kind of stuff, and I've even caught myself doing this from it. Why are we still fighting Saber Alter? But you know, you can have like a first impression, right? You might go to a store and you have a bad run-in with an employee, and then you just think he's an asshole, but you really don't know that person, right? You don't know what led up to that, right? You haven't seen the other side of it, right? And we really jump to conclusions a lot of the time, and when we get a bad first impression of someone, we don't want to admit to ourselves that our first impression might have been false. This is such a thing in psychology, it's actually really fucked up. But like, we don't want to admit to ourselves that we made a bad call. Right, so then we want to see that person in a bad light. You see this all the time, like between like interactions with people, like with cops or on the street or with employees and stuff like that, where people basically don't want their initial reaction to something to be proven wrong. So they'll try to convince themselves that if they thought this person was a dick, they want to continue to convince themselves that that person is a dick, right? That, or vice versa. They want to continue, if they've been like praising this person, and then it comes that that person's bad, they don't want to believe that that person's bad, because then that means they had bad judgment or whatever. But the thing is, it doesn't necessarily mean you actually have bad judgment, because you can have a truly someone that does really bad things and all that, but they can still present themselves in a nice way, and of course they got a lot of people to think they were good, and then when it comes out that they're bad, what's a sign of you being a good or bad judge of character is really how you behave when the evidence is in front of you that this person's a bad person or a good person. It's like if you have an initial judgment about someone, you think they're an asshole, but then you see that they're really not, you know, but then you still act like they're an asshole. Now you're a bad judge of character, right? Because now you're just being stubborn and a dick. That Mech Warrior music, man. I feel like every time Mech Warrior music is playing, I'm like, me and maybe one other guy in the chat. No, it's Mech Warrior music. It's a pretty dead franchise. Get some Nobu carry in here. There are dozens of us. I cannot get over how gypped Benkei has been. Dude, I swear it was because Benkei is so unpopular. I remember when that episode was airing, and people were like, "Oh man, Benkei's awesome." I'm like, "Are you kidding me?" It's like anybody that knows that Benkei's role is supposed to be in Babylon that saw that part of the anime was just like, "Wow, they are so gypping Benkei right now." Like, it was so obvious. When I watched that, I was like, "You gotta be fucking kidding me." Like, they cut all of it. You know, they cut the earlier fight with him where he's like almost dead and everything, and then he comes, you know, to help you, and you know, he's able to survive the mud just through like willpower. And then, you know, he's like getting stabbed and shit, and then he gets his NP off and completely takes out Corrupted Uchi and all that. They just cut all of that, right? And they just have him like generically do some basic fighting that amounts to nothing, and then someone else takes out Corrupted Uchi. It just, I couldn't believe that, man. Like, he's such a scuffed unit in the game, and he never gets his spot in the spotlight. He never gets his time in the spotlight. And then the one thing he does in the main story, they're like, nope. I see you, Rex. Benkei was useful for being a taunt against Sigurd. Yeah, the most use I've ever had out of Benkei is a level 25 Benkei. So he's able to taunt, but not be so tanky that he lives. So you can cycle. That has been legitimately useful to me a few times. Not often, but a few times. Like for God Juna, he's good for that. This account's gonna level a Benkei to 25 for that reason. And I feel like it's not like anyone actually cares. I think that's the problem. It's like there's like me and like two other dudes that actually care if they do a good job with Benkei or not, and so there's just no demand for it. So they're like, yeah, why would we bother giving him an animation update or putting him in the anime in any significant way when no one actually cares? And the thing is, I don't actually like Benkei that much, to be honest. I'm just an advocate for, you know, characters being, you know, treated right and fairly and you know, not being a joke. Yeah, level 25 with the defense up still sometimes will live. You can't really use him for against trash mobs. Like he'll face tank that stuff and live because of the defense up. But against something like God Juna, you know, or a big bad boss from the main story, he'll die. Like, he'll definitely die. So it's useful to have. Yeah, a lot of the early interludes are just like fighting their shadow selves or just stupid shit like that, like very basic stuff. Dude, I don't even know what to say about TF anymore. Like, you know, he just shows up every once in a while and pulls off some just like I have never I swear I have never like ran into somebody that unpredictable, right? Like, it's so he's just a bizarre person, right? I don't mean that as an insult, but it's like that whole shtick with him and Eri that they did. I don't. What do you say about that? Like, what was that? It's like, you know, he doesn't show up for like a month and then he does that, and I'm like, what the fuck? Like, I mean, it was great, but it's like, gee, I don't. And then you got his fucking. Like, you got his Benkei, which is 10, 10, 10 and all this stuff, and has like legitimately been upgraded a lot. But then his Zig is over there as 2, 2, 2, and has been like that for years, right? It's like, and obviously he's memeing with that, obviously, but he's such an inconsistent, he's chaos, right? TF is, I am convinced TF isn't a real person, he's just chaos, right? That's the only explanation I have. He planned it months ahead, I don't even know. I'll have to pick Eri's brain on that. I really do want to know how the fuck that came to be. And like, it so easily could have gone wrong because like he needed me to summon his Jinkei, so I would have added him, right? Like, I could have so easily not done that, but I did, and then that set everything up for chaos. I do like how I predicted that he had to have asked Eri how to make those special characters for like her emoji face and her motto, like how he, because as soon as I realized what they were doing, and you know, it was kind of, you know, obviously I got fooled by it, but by the time I realized what the shtick was, I was like, there's no way TF actually knew how to make that emoji face. There's no way. So that conversation had to have happened where you had been like, how do you make that motto? Data loss saved us from TF. Yeah, that's about right. Now it's storming here. What is going on today? Like, it was like super hot earlier, and now it's like super cloudy and it's starting to thunderstorm. I don't even. So you might be like, oh man, you got 32 of those. You know, that's nothing. That's nothing. We need like 2,000 more. Send help. TF is TF. These stages are so easy, man. And hey, it's free loot in SQ. I've always said, you know, I don't expect a lot out of DW, right? They're pretty consistently lazy and slow with animation updates, and they phone animation updates in. But the one thing that does confuse me is the fact that they haven't updated Jolter, because she's so popular. If there ever was a character where they're gonna think it's worth it, it's that one. And it is so weird to me that they haven't done it. It's so weird that, and like they're not that stupid, right? They like that money, and they know how popular she is. So I think there's two possibilities here. One, they're like, and they maybe have the data to show this, basically everybody that wants Jolter has already rolled on her so many times that most of them have her, and they feel like if they do something to hype her up, it's not going to translate to that many sales. I don't think that's the case though, because I feel like there's a lot of people that really like Jolter and would want her at a higher NP rank, or they just happen not to get her, or they started playing the game after she got rated up. or they were playing the game and she's only been rated up once and they didn't have that much SQ saved up, so they didn't get her. I think there's still loads of people that don't have her that won her, or that have her but won her at a higher NP rank. Like, I think there's more. And granted, I don't think there's so many people like that like another Jolter rate up, and if you make Jolter like the focus of an event or a new main story or something, I don't think she's gonna sell as well as like some new waifu that's really popular, right? If they make some brand new waifu and it's really popular and they get a big focus in the story, that's probably gonna sell better than Jolter for like her 4th rate up or 5th rate up or whatever the fuck she's at. But I think she would still sell well, right? I think she's still worth doing an animation update for. So I think the reason they haven't done it, because, you know, like I said, they're way more willing to give animation updates to characters like her. I think the reason they haven't done it is because they've got a plan. They've decided that, like, oh hey, you know, this, you know, in August next year or whenever, we're gonna do this event, or we already know she's gonna be a character in Lost Belt 7, or we already know she's gonna be, you know, the main character of this side event or whatever. They've just, or just for the anniversary, we're gonna, you know, have you know, a bunch of, you know, rate ups and stuff. You know, I think they've predetermined a moment where they're trying to capitalize on Jolter hype, right? And that's when they're gonna do the animation update. That's what I expect, because that's really the only way I can make any sense of that. Either that, or they are truly just stupid and lazy, and they're horrible at managing their time, and like just because of bad time management skills, they just haven't had, you know, the opportunity to update our animations, which I guess is possible, but I would hope that's not the case, because that's just sad. Actually, I feel like the community, and this isn't even unique to FGO, although it's common, I feel like a lot of anime fans kind of just make everything tsundere. Like, they just make everything tsundere. I agree with Rex that it's more prevalent if it's a more angry character, or like a delinquent character, or an angsty character or something. But they kind of just do it with everything. Like, I feel like the anime community just makes everyone a tsundere, at least every female character. Hey, One Lonely Boy, thank you for the resub, dude. I really appreciate it, guys. 7 months, man. But like, it's just a thing, like, especially if there's a character that for any reason isn't going to be like super positive all the time or really open about their emotions. There's a million reasons people aren't going to be open about all of their emotions or feelings like that. There's a million, you know, character types like that, and they try to make all of them tsundere deep down. It's actually gets kind of annoying. But it's because it's a super popular trope. It is, the thunder right now is insanity. Anyway, but yeah, it's a super popular trope, especially in Japan. People just really like it, and I don't know why, but it is what it is. I don't know why I just did that attack buff. I really have no idea why I just did that. Anyway, but yeah, it's super popular, so people kind of just go with it. And that's why you see it in comics and Reddit and Discord and all that stuff all the time. Yeah, it's storming pretty hard over here. Yeah, it's obviously Zeus, guys. Is it bad that I still have I don't have a lot of hope. I'm gonna be honest, I don't have a lot of hope. But I have a degree of hope that they're gonna add something Olympian related with the next summer event. Like, I want that really bad, but and I think it's possible. I do think it's legitimately possible, because, you know, with the Olympics we're supposed to be in Japan, and Lost Belt 5, you know, I could see it. I mean, literally every JP account gets a free max ascension, and it's not like a limited time thing, you just always get it. Like, it's not like the free 5-star where it's like, oh, if you start playing the game between this date and that date, you can get a free 5-star. It's just every account that's made gets to max ascend something. The funny thing is, though, we go out of our way not to use Hercules. Like, I jump through hoops to not use Hercules. I use him for, like, farming and interludes and event stages and stuff, but we're doing main story and all that, we're not using him. Well, we will start to use him when we get to harder content, though. But it's like, you know, right now, he would just make all the major boss fights, like the Demon Killer and stuff, so easy that it would just be dumb, so... Kind of a wonky turn. So I feel like the problem with, okay, if they did an Olympic event, I'd almost want it not to be summer. Actually, no, I absolutely would want it not to be summer related. You know, I just want it to be whenever, like a regular event, like how the Maze event was just its own event. You know, it wasn't connected to like a holiday or anything, or, you know, a yearly event or anything like that. It was just the Maze event. And the reason I would want it to be like that is because I want them to add the Olympians or just Greek characters, and I want them to, you know, do stuff with it. And like, but what I see happening if they make it a summer event, and I would still take this over nothing, I suppose, but what I foresee them doing is it's like the Olympian gods would be overseeing like a competition that's basically the Olympics in FGO, right? It's like gonna be a whole singularity thing. Their reward would be a grail. But then the people competing in these games are going to be, you know, some characters that are already in the game now, like you see in a lot of summer events, but then a lot of, like, you know, alternate version of characters that are obviously wearing bikinis and whatnot, and, you know, like, that's what they would do. If it was a summer event, they're not going to be like, yep, we're just going to add Zeus. It's going to be like, hey, we're going to add, you know, Summer Areshagal and Summer Waifu X or whatever, and, you know, they'll just have summer variants, and those will be competing in the games, and that's what's going to get the focus and the rate-ups and stuff, and then they're not going to actually, you know, do the Olympian gods, right? Where if you did like an Olympic event or just an Olympus event or a Greek event or whatever that wasn't tied to like the summer event, then I think you're more likely to get, you know, I don't know, Aphrodite or Ares or what have you. I don't think they're gonna do Summer Medusa, just because she already has so many versions. Well, you never know. I just don't really like summer characters. The only ones that I do like is when they're just like, they just happen to turn out kind of cool or have a more badass moveset, or like, you know, Summer Martha is pretty cool. But yeah, I don't really, for me personally, I don't really care about the summer servants too much. But I don't mind that they exist or anything. And so I'm happy if people get what they want, right? If they add stuff that people want, that's fine by me. But just with the track record I've seen, I don't see them necessarily. Summer Medusa just doesn't seem super likely. She's also just not quite popular enough. She's always been like this character in the Fate franchise. It's, you know, popular. It's not like she's hated or anything. But she's not even in the ballpark of things like Artoria, Nero, Dalter, that kind of. She's just not even, you know, Musashi. She's not up there with that stuff at all. You say that like Summer, Artoria, Lancer, Alter isn't right around the corner. The thing with Artoria though is she's super fucking popular, right? Like they'll pump out as many Artoria faces as they like because she's just like a consistent force in the Fate community, unfortunately. They'll probably add Summer, Kiara, Beast Bitch. I think that'll happen at some point. That and Areshagal, I think, are basically destined to happen at, you know, not necessarily this year, but at some point. I swear, we're gonna get to the point where there's more summer versions of Artoria than, like, actual serious versions of Artoria. They'll probably use Proto Merlin as the quote-unquote caster Artoria. Which won't technically be that, but that's probably... either that or just some random summer version that's got some wacky moveset. Okay, we're actually getting through these. We're almost there. horror-themed summer? I mean, what's the basis of that rumor? I can't, oh, I remember this interlude. This is where she's all, what's the difference between a lizard and a dragon? I don't think Morgan is gonna be like because they've already shown off her design and everything. You know, she's gonna have her own voice actress, and although she's gonna look somewhat similar to Artoria like she did in APOC, she's not gonna be like a full-on Artoria face. She's just gonna be Artoria's sister because that's what she is. So like I think she's gonna have a different voice actress. She's not, you know, she's not gonna be an Artoria face in that sense. Because that's what they showed. That's what they showed in APOC. It's like, yeah, she looks similar to Artoria because she's fucking related to her, but she's not like a full-on Artoria clone because that would be stupid. The rumor comes from one of Mash's new dialogues. I mean, I don't see why that'd really be that influential. Unless she's like specifically talking about something summer related. Now, alter forms don't have mad enhancement. Some coincidentally do because they happen to be berserkers. But like the first alter we ever got in Fate, actually I guess was technically Proto Arthur, but that's, you know, that didn't get finished. The first, you know, one in a finished work that we ever got was Saber Alter, right? And I mean, she doesn't have Madness Enhancement. That's not a thing. Alters are just Grail juice to the face, and it warps a servant. And then there's also alters that aren't really true alters. They're more like fan fictions made by the Grail because someone wished for them. Then that's like Jolter and Ku Alter. And in Ku Alter's case, he has Madness Enhancement because he's a berserker. I mean, kind of weird. I don't know, man. You could do like a beach horror movie type setup for a summer event. That could be a thing. There's berserkers that have like really low Madness Enhancement, or it operates in a very bizarre way, so it might as well not exist. But it's a class skill, like it's like magic resistance for sabers. I shouldn't have been attacking that one, because I should NP that one. This is what happens when you're not paying attention to the buttons you're clicking. This is going to be a very boring stream gameplay-wise. Well, I will say, I don't really think that's Fate being completely full of shit. Like, the way they did Angra makes quite a bit of sense. So, the whole thing with Angra is he's not the actual god of all suffering and evil and everything. He's a dude that was used as a scapegoat. Because that was a real thing, where, like, you have these villages and stuff that would just cherry pick and scapegoat some random fucking person in the village and then literally blame them for everything. Right? That was a thing. And humans kind of do that in a less direct way all the time. But, so they basically named him as this god of all evil. And just scapegoated him. But he's literally just a dude. So he's really weak because he wasn't a fighter. He wasn't a magician. He was just some dude, you know, living in the village. And then he gets blamed for literally everything. But so he embodies all these evils and stuff because that's what, you know, what happened to him. And so he is personally not a good fighter or anything. But then he gets, you know, a curse that's all the evils in the world, because that's what was shoved onto him, right? And so somebody, and his whole shtick is, you know, all these evils and being scapegoated for all the evils in the world and stuff. So his, you know, NP and his juice stuff is a curse that, you know, embodies every single evil in the world. And so of course that should fuck with somebody, right? Like, it'd be weird if the Angra juice didn't fuck with people. Now, the issue is how they kind of, you know, go way beyond that, and, you know, they've had to do all kinds of random things that don't make any sense, and they just make shit up on the fly each story to just, you know, like, hey, we need this contrivance, so we'll just credit Angra juice for it, right? That's dumb, and they've been doing that since Heaven's Feel, and that's not great. But the initial concept is fine, and I actually think is good. Yeah, basically, the Einsburns, and they do this every war, and they screw themselves every war. It's like a reoccurring meme, basically. But they're all like, you know, man, we keep losing these Grail wars. We need to get to the root, man. And so the Grail War, the original is like Inscription, because again, it's not a real Grail. It's like a man-made system. It's you know, it's got like its own ritual that's like been imbued into it and all this stuff. And the Magus families that made this ritual, they put rules and restrictions on it. So they made it so you're only supposed to be able to summon like honor bros, you know, your King Arthurs and, you know, your upstanding you know, peeps, your Dyrmids and whatnot. And so they follow the rules, right, and just fight each other, you know, all honorable bro, chivalry, yada yada yada, and die and get absorbed by the Grail, and then, you know, then they can do their shtick. So it's, you know, it's all a farce, right? And the Einsburns are like, you know, we want to get an edge here, we want to win. Let's fuck with the inscription or the ritual here and break the rules where we're only supposed to summon an honor bro, but instead we're gonna summon an evil god, and we'll have the power of a god on our side, and we'll beat everyone, and it'll be great, and it'll be Einsburns for 100 years, and the evil god that they summon is Ongro, which is, you know, trash. And then they get absolutely bodied in the war, and he's the very first servant to die. And as all servants do, you know, he gets absorbed by the Grail, but then because he's got this, you know, he's like imbued with all the evils in the world and everything, all the evils of the world infect the Grail. And again, it's not a real Grail, it's this man-made system. And so this man-made system gets corrupted by all the evils in the world, and it gets super fucked up, and that's why you're able to summon things like Medusa and whatnot. Is because it's corrupted. Although you obviously could actually summon Medusa anyway if you also broke the rules, but I imagine most masters wouldn't know how to break the rules even if they wanted to. Like, and the Einsburns had like knowledge of the ritual and whatnot, so they know how to fuck with it. And like Zokin fucks with the ritual in Fate Zero, and, you know, manipulates and forces Manus enhancement on the servant they're summoning and stuff, you know, because he's kind of aware of the ritual, and he knows how to do that. But I think most masters wouldn't know how to, like, I don't think Rin would know how to do that. She's not aware of the original stuff going on with the Grail, even though she's, you know, part of one of the original families. You know, like Bazette, I don't think Bazette would even know how to cheat. Tokiomi might know, but I wouldn't be shocked if... I wouldn't be shocked either way with Tokiomi. Like, I definitely don't think he's super in the know and about like the origin of it, but I think he's probably more in the know than like Rin is, definitely. And well, it's not just Zokin and the Einsburns, because, you know, people with really good magical knowledge can figure out what's going on, even if they weren't part of the original ritual and that kind of stuff. A good example is Medea. Medea was dead way before this shit ever even happened, right? And she summoned way after it happened, and she just figured it out on her own because she's a really good Magus, and, you know, she put Zokin to shame in terms of Magus ability, and I'm sure she put, for real, all of the original Magi that were involved in creating this ritual and stuff. Medea is a million times better than them. Like, she's way better than them. She knows Magecraft so much better than they do. You know, of course she could figure out what the hell was going on. But, you know, that's rare. She's an abnormally strong Magus, obviously. Because she's kind of like she's like a hybrid between a Magus and a magician, right? You know, most magicians don't even exist anymore, and generally they're just Magus, which are like knockoff magicians, right? But Medea is basically a pseudo magician, right? But she's, you know, kind of classified as a Magus, but she's kind of a pseudo magician. So that's a big part of why she's so OP. And that's because of Circe and all that nonsense. Like, she basically got access to Age of the Gods stuff after the Age of the Gods, if that makes any sense. She uses basically Magecraft that's more directly copied from the Age of the Gods magic, so it's like better. It's like pseudo true magic. She's basically as close to true magic as you can get without actually having true magic. And then she also has just really good variety. She's just a very knowledgeable person in like the Natsuverse and stuff, and she's just very... She understands magic really well, right? Or a lot of people might only specialize in one or two fields. You know, she's mastered a lot of stuff, and so she understands, you know, all kinds of, you know, bullshit. That's why she's got all these like crazy traps and shit in her bounded field and all that stuff, and she can turn Shiro into like a liquid life form and all that. That literally happens. That literally happens in one of the bad endings. She actually surpasses Cersei in many respects, and they're pretty straightforward about it. Like, all the stuff Cersei teaches her, if you look, Medea has actually gotten a higher rank of it than Cersei did. Like, her rapid wind casting and all that is actually a higher rank than Cersei's, and every skill and stat like that you have in common like that, Medea's is higher. Which that's how it should be. That's like accurate to how it's supposed to be. But she doesn't have clairvoyance, and so she can't be summoned as a Grandcaster. That is the stupidest shit ever, by the way. And they literally did that to literally cock block her out of it. Like, if you look at all the dialogue around Medea and Guadia and Grandcaster, it's just an elaborate excuse to justify why she can't be a Grandcaster. Like, even though her magic is older than Solomon's and all this stuff. They're just finding elaborate ways to make it so she can't be a Grandcaster. It's kind of dumb. They're like, oh yeah, you know, she's got the knowledge and everything, but oh darn, one of those prerequisites is you gotta have clairvoyance. Oh shoot, Medea, I guess you're out of the running. Oh darn, it's so dumb. It's just an excuse for them to be like, oh look at this thing, it's even more OP when it really shouldn't be. And then fucking Gilgamesh, who doesn't even have magic for God's sakes, can be a Grandcaster. It's so stupid. Freaking Protoku has clairvoyance, by the way. Now, he doesn't have it innately, he has it through a rune, so it's, you know, you might not see that as like the same shtick, but he does have it, and then I would imagine Protoku, just like with regular Ku, probably can be a caster. So, in before Protoku can be a candidate for Grandcaster as well. Obviously, they haven't said that, but because you know, there's other prerequisites, right? They've never said what they are, and I kind of suspect they never will. But there's more than one prerequisite to be a candidate for the various brands, and each class has like its own prerequisite. And I would imagine Caster probably has like 4 or 5 prerequisites, right? And they won't tell us what they are, but they might just be like at some point like, oh yeah, if it ever comes up, which it probably will never come up because I don't think Protoku is ever going to matter in the main story. But anyway, if for whatever reason it came up or they asked about it at like a Q&A panel or something, someone's like, well, can Protoku be a Grandcaster? They'd probably be like, oh yeah, he may have clairvoyance, but he doesn't, you know, meet the other requirements. Or they'd be like, oh, because he gets it through a rune, he doesn't classify. I mean, who knows? Maybe it does. You know, fucking, they're gonna have Grandcaster Protoku all of a sudden. Although I suspect even if in the bizarre world where they're like, oh yeah, Protoku can be a Grandcaster, he just never would be summoned as one. It's just like how, you know, Merlin can be a Grandcaster, but we've never seen him as one. Although I kind of suspect they might actually do that at some point. I feel like they might legit have Merlin get summoned as a Grandcaster. But say, you know, just like he hasn't up to this point, that could just happen to Protoku, where they say he can, and it just never happens. But if I had a bet, I would bet on they're never going to mention it, and he's never going to. They're not going to say anything one way or the other, and he's never going to show up as a Grandcaster or anything. They'll just ignore that. They may not even remember that he has clairvoyance, to be honest. Although when you think about it, it really does kind of make sense for him to meet the criteria. This is crazy, but it's true, because the thing is, regular Ku is not a bitch caster at all. He's actually a very fucking powerful one. And you know, his runes might be copied from Scath's, but Scath has like primordial runes, so they're basically the best that they can be. So even the copied versions of them are going to be really strong. And then Ku's also impromptu made his own rune combinations and stuff that, you know, are, you know, maybe improper but are actually really good and whatnot. And again, they're and it's actually up for debate right now how good Protoku's runes are. It's because this is a weird conversation to have. We might as well get into it. It's kind of interesting. So a lot of stuff in FGO is like FGO specific just for funsies, and they've even like retconned some of it. So for example, Mordred, her NP, when she activates it, you know, the Blood Arthur nonsense is it's an A plus Noble Phantasm. That's canonically what it is. That's what it is in APOC. That's what it is in the character material book. It's just an A plus Noble Phantasm, right? There's like no debate about that. And then FGO, her default NP is as it is. It's A plus. It's just its normal self. But then when you do her interlude, it upgrades to A plus plus. But I don't think that's canonical at all. And they even undid that after a while. That was how it was in the game for a while. But after a patch, they removed it and they made it just go from A plus to A plus, and it just stays at A plus. And now there's other times where they upgraded NP rank, but they kept it. But those are like FGO specific characters, and so I guess they're just saying that's what the rank is supposed to be. There's also times when a character is added to the game, like Gilgamesh or Artoria, where when they were first introduced to the game, their NP rank in FGO was actually lower than the rank is supposed to be. Like it doesn't match their canonical rank. Excalibur is supposed to be A double plus, but when she was in FGO, it was like A plus or just A. I don't remember. And then when you do her interlude, it becomes A double plus. So, with those characters, it's kind of obvious what's going on. But then you have characters like Proto-Ku and Caster-Ku and Billy the Kid and Saber Lancelot and stuff that don't have a canonical version outside of FGO, and so they don't have character material books outside of FGO, so we don't know what they're like, what ranks and stuff is like proper for them. Because in FGO, they're introduced at one rank for like their NP, then you do an interlude and it gets stronger. And so it's like, okay, is that it becoming its canonical rank? Or is that like with Mordred and stuff when it went beyond its canonical rank? So we don't know. And Proto-Ku is in that boat where his runes become primordial runes, right? When you do the strengthening quest, which means they're on par with Scaths and Brunhilders and all that stuff. And that's not too shocking when you see what Caster-Ku pulls off and everything. But we don't know is that actually, and now we do know like the rank of his runs are much higher or higher rank than regular Ku's. We know that, and we know the rank of regular Ku's runs, so we know they're at least stronger than that. But if they're just if they're just like I think A or they're A plus, we don't know. So yeah, it kind of sucks because he doesn't have like a canonical take outside of FGO. There's no way to really know. Oh god, can we not talk about Grands again? Why does this happen every time? There's nothing about Grand Assassin that needs to... yeah, give him from A double plus to EX. But there's nothing about Grand Assassin that has anything to do with being connected to the root. That's not a thing. They've never said that's a thing. That's not how that works. They've never said any of the prerequisites for the people that can, like, we don't even know. They haven't even. I don't think they've even mentioned the other Grand Assassins, like the other people that could potentially be a Grand Assassin. They've never said. So we have no idea what the prerequisites are. We just know Gramps is one of the assassins that can be a Grand Assassin, and we don't know why. We don't know what the prerequisite that he has is that aligns him with that. They've never said. They've barely said anything. As far as I'm aware, with Grand Archer, they didn't even say what one of the prerequisites was. They kind of hinted at it's like having a bow that can like reach really far, right? Like that doesn't mean a lot, right? It's like that they kind of implied that it was like the ability to shoot anywhere in the world, kind of like how Orion's like snipe shot can go really far and all that. That's kind of what's implied. That's what people have said anyway. I'm not sure exactly how it's worded. As far as I'm aware, that's the only thing they kind of hinted at is just, and again, every time they give a prerequisite, they just give one prerequisite. They don't give all of them. Like, they don't. And the reason they do that is because they don't want to accidentally qualify a bunch of characters that they don't actually want to be qualified, right? So, like, it was kind of risky even saying the one of the requirements for Grand Caster is to be, to have clairvoyance. Right? And then, they've mentioned a few characters that can be Grandcasters, and they all have clairvoyance, so that's fine. But the reason they don't give the other prerequisites is because they don't want to be like, oh, hey, remember that other random caster we forgot about? That guy has clairvoyance. Oh, shit. So they can be like, oh, hey, but no, he's actually not one of the candidates because we don't want him to be, and he just doesn't have another prerequisite that we're not going to tell you. It's an excuse to be able to do that. They basically want to be able to make anyone a Grand at any time, and then anyone not a grand at any time, right? They're basically set it up that way, which is lazy, but that welcome to fate, man. They do this shit everywhere. Never mind FGO. There's so much stuff that they leave vague so they can make it as strong or not strong as they need later on in some other story and stuff. They do this all the time, right? And it's just so, because they know there's lots of different writers and different people, and they want to give people wiggle room to do whatever they want, but it makes a lot of the, like, a lot of the on-paper stuff kind of stupid. And a lot of times they end up contradicting themselves. Yeah, some people have thought that maybe Arash is one of the people that could be a Grand Archer. I hope he is. I hope he is. I think he's super fitting. Like, I think he embodies the Archer class great, and the way Stella works might qualify. But again, they may just never say. They may just, they're not gonna mention. Maybe he's can be summoned as a Grand, or maybe he can't. Who knows, right? They may never get into it. And if they don't want him to be one of the candidates, they'll just be like, lol, he doesn't have one of the other prerequisites or whatever. So I mean, you know, who knows? I actually don't want them to overhaul the canon because they'll just get really stupid about it. Generally, whenever I can't think of a time a series decided to like reboot or retcon stuff and they didn't just take that as an opportunity to pander to a lot of popular stuff. They do that every fucking time, and Fate would do that too. Although I will say there's definitely a lot of convoluted nonsense that needs to be fixed and contradictions that are stupid. Some of that, though, is because Fate was never supposed to be a giant sprawling franchise. It was just supposed to be a corner of the Nasuverse, right? For like Fate Stay Night and Fate Zero, and that was that. And then it just ended up blowing up and turning into a giant cash cow, and you know, now it is what it is. They didn't say jack shit about Grand Lancer. All these said, and if you look at like Romulus's bio, it's actually, Romulus is not a typical, he's not someone that would typically be summoned as the Grand Lancer. That was very bizarre circumstances. Normally Romulus would just, I mean, this is true for everyone. Normally if you summon anyone, you're just going to summon them as a regular class. But Romulus especially is not typically a candidate for Grand Lancer. That was like very specific circumstances. That was like a 1 in a million moment. He probably does happen to meet the criteria, I guess, in some areas, but like he's just not typically a Grand Lancer. But they didn't say a damn thing about what the requirements are. I would imagine, though, for every Grand class, and this is how it's been so far in terms of what little they have said about them, is generally a fuckload of servants meet the criteria, right? And I think a lot of times it's going to summon one based on the circumstances. And this has kind of been a thing in Fate in general, with like the way the counterforce works. And when a ruler is picked, this has been a big thing when a ruler is picked. You know, it kind of pulls from what's like relevant in the era and area. So, for example, if it needed a Grand and it's in, you know, Greece, it's probably going to summon something related to that era and area. So there's probably, you know, hundreds of, or at least, you know, 50, you know, servants or more that meet the criteria to be a Grand Lancer. And if it needs to summon a Grand Lancer, it'll narrow down the field based on, you know, the era and the, you know, the area. Which again, that's super consistent, which is how Fate is all the time. It's always like that with almost anything that gets summoned, especially when there's no catalysts and whatnot. God, the counterforce used to be so scary, and now it's... Am I the only one that just feels like the counterforce is like turned into a kitten that's just like trying to claw at like a giant fucking like metal tank, right? Like that's kind of what it feels like all the time, and it's just like, feed me, right? And then it just gets wrecked. Like it's like an excuse to show off how bad the baddie is instead of actually doing counterforce stuff. But yeah, because most Grands generally are, you know, area related. That's very much what happened with Romulus, and that's, you know, why Amakusa was summoned. But it was basically saying it needed a ruler and it didn't have much to pull from in that area. So I really suspect, you know, you're gonna have like 50 to 100 servants that meet the criteria for each Grand, and then which one gets summoned is, you know, just going to be based on the circumstance and whatnot. Because that's just straight up how this stuff has always been, and it's also a good excuse for them to use whatever they want. The counterforce is a strong gust of wind, yeah. I remember it was like, I think the first time they ever mentioned the counterforce, I'm pretty sure it was in K&K. It's either K&K or Tsukihime, or what the fuck, whatever the fuck that thing is called. Anyway, I think it's K and K though. I think that's the first time they ever mentioned it, and I think they mentioned Joan of Arc as one of the things that can be summoned and stuff. But yeah, then the haven't used it much. Because then they kind of expanded on it a bit with Emiya and Face Night, but that was more of like a nod. It was like, oh yeah, everyone else is like a heroic spirit, but this guy's actually a counter guardian. Remember those counter guardians we mentioned earlier? Right, it was kind of that kind of thing. Apparently Sanson can be summoned from the counter force. Although it kind of sounds like the counter force can get desperate, and it can start to summon things that it normally doesn't have access to. Like, it's normally supposed to summon people that are counter guardians and things like that. But it sounds like it can get like it. And that's what it straight up says this with Shiki and Fujino, and this is their excuse to make them playable in the game. Like, if you read their bios, it says that they're normally not part of the counter force, and they normally can't be summoned. And after this, like, emergency is over, they can't be summoned either. Like, they're just a temporary recruit. They're like militia in the counter force, basically. And so once, before and after this crisis, they're no longer summonable, which again is kind of an excuse to make something in the counter force that's, because they don't meet the bill, right? They don't. Like, if you look at everything they've said about the counter force, Fujino and Shiki absolutely should not be part of the counter force, and they're like, oh yeah, they're not, but they're like emergency militia, and then later on they're not going to be anymore. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Joan of Arc was one of the first like heroic spirits when they started kind of talking and like expanding on the whole heroic spirit thing. I'm pretty sure it was in K and K, and they mentioned Joan of Arc and stuff, and then they kind of expanded on that with Fates of Night later. I doubt they'll make extra grands, because one, they've already said that they're not grands, and it makes so little sense, and there's no reason for them to do it. They don't need to do it. Like, they like to do stupid, wacky shit, sure, but like there's no reason really for them to do that, and it's just so contradictory to what they said. And because basically extra classes are super specialized derivative classes. This is really important. They're always derivative of another class. Avenger is derivative of Berserker, Gunner is derivative of Archer, and things like that. And some of them, I would imagine, are combinations, and they probably won't even tell us what they're derivative of, but that's generally how extra classes are, and they're normally a lot more specific and specialized. So it just doesn't make sense, because the servants in the first place are derivative of the Grands. Like, Sabers are derivative of Grand Saber. They're like a knockoff. Sabers are a knockoff Grand Saber. Because as far as I'm aware, there is no such thing as a Grand Saber. There's just this summoning system that the world uses that we refer to as like a Grand Saber. But like, the whole summoning of heroic spirits and all that, it's supposed to just be specific to the counter force and like the world. That's it. Like, you know, humans aren't supposed to be doing this shit. There's not supposed to be the Grail and the Grail Wars and Magus and command spells and all that. That's all man-made tampering, right? So basically the inherent thing is this grand summoning system that the world uses to fight really big threats like beasts, and if like Cthulhu just drops out of the sky like, I want a cheeseburger, right? And then you gotta get the counter force for that shit, and you know, summon grands and all that. And the counter force system is more for like, you know, more day-to-day threats, a bit more toned down stuff generally, and that's what, you know, heroic spirits are documented for by the Tone of Heroes and all this nonsense. And then humans just like found this system and they kind of tampered with it, and basically the Grail system is like a Chinese knockoff, right? They're basically tapping into this class system and everything that exists for the Grands, and it's a knockoff. And so it just does not make sense for there to be Grand Avengers and Grand Berserkers and stuff. I feel like if they ever wanted to do it, they'd make it a new thing. They act like they'd be like it didn't exist before, but it exists now because of this emergency and this person and these circumstances. And so that's why it's like, it's a new thing, right? That's what they would probably do, and that would make a degree of sense. But I don't see them doing it because there's just not really any need for it. But who knows? I guess the longer something goes on, the more they have to start grasping for straws. It's like when you have like a TV show that should have been 3 seasons and they exhausted all of their character arcs and ideas and thematic themes by season 3, but then they go on to be season 12. You know, they just start making shit up, right? And they just start like what was that show? I've not really seen it, but I know it exists, and I've had friends that have watched it. It's got like all the like Christian stuff. It's got like death and you know, war and God and all that. It's like a live action thing. Supernatural, that's the name of it. Like that show was supposed to be like 3 seasons, and I don't know how many seasons it is, but it's like 1 million, right? And I know as they went, they just started making shit up and like looking for things to use as an antagonist and crap like that, right? It's like that happens to a lot of franchises where they just outlive their design, and so they just start having to make shit up for like new antagonists and new powers and all that stuff, and it's pretty dumb. Now, some franchises lend themselves to going on for a long time. I think Fate does pretty well because you can just take the core concept and do stuff with it. FGO is starting to have problems because FGO is trying to be very grandiose, and you know, it's not just like Fate Strange Fake where it's like just another Grail War in its own context with its own circumstances. Right now, they're trying to do this like, you know, cosmic, you know, story that just keeps building on itself, and you can't. It's like the Dragon Ball Z effect. The new bad guy has to be stronger than the previous bad guy, and so things just keep escalating and just getting stupid, which is not a good idea, by the way. It's not a very future-proof format. So yeah, I think FGO is definitely going to have growing pains if they don't like get it under check pretty quickly. So in 10 years, you know, I would, at that point, I think you're going to have, you know, grand spaghetti. FGO is going to eventually jump the shark. I think they kind of already did that a few times. Like, just between Foreigners, Alter Egos, and Summer Events, it's like, we kind of already jumped the shark. Grand Salad, that's Caesar. God, I hate Stage 3 Scath. That's what I'm saying, dude. This is why I like having my own on an A. Everyone that uses Scath puts her in Stage 3 and they use the Stage 4 art, and I hate it. It's trash. It doesn't fit the character at all. It's just, I hate it. It looks terrible. And I hate her Stage 4 art so much. It's so out of character. It is so fucking out of character. Stage 2 is okay. It's just Stage 2 is inferior to Stage 1. That's all I ever see for her is Stage 3 and Stage 2. And then normally Stage 4 art. Just so often. And like, if that's what they like, that great, right? Nobody should like slot the character for what I want. They should use the sprite that they like the best. That's fine, of course. But from my perspective, it's annoying, obviously, when everyone is using the one stage that I really don't like. Like the veil thing, just, it looks stupid. The thing is, that's actually really exaggerated. There are instances of Celts going into battle with just war paint and all that, but it's super exaggerated. A lot of times it was just because they didn't have armor on hand, and so maybe they were just shirtless. And it was almost like, it's almost like propaganda by the Romans, if anything. However, there are examples of it, absolutely, especially war paint. But it's not, it's become like this thing where people act like it was like a super common, like the whole army of Celts would be going in with nothing but war paint. And that's not a thing at all. And that was extremely common that they would wear war paint, but they don't, if they had armor, a lot of them would wear it. But it's also a fact they oftentimes just didn't have really any good armor to use. But that doesn't mean they were all going in naked either. There's probably like one, you know, a few that did, and then that spreads as like a rumor, and then the Romans kind of just use that, like, oh, they're such savages, they fight naked and everything, right? It's like, it's just, there's not much evidence that it was like some super prevalent thing. Well, I don't really want to use my apples for just doing interludes, but I don't want to stop streaming yet, so I'll just switch to my main account and dick around over there, because I'm kind of just waiting on this account. We either just do America, or we wait for an event, because I think we could beat America, but I do kind of want to wait to just, you know, get some mats and some skill gems, just because it's more fun to use units and we can have them a little bit more prepared and whatnot. And I mean, no rush, you know, I'm not like trying to blast through the story and get it over with super quick. But let me, I'll switch to my main account. I haven't played my main account in so long, I kind of want to mess around on it anyway. Bond CEs are stupid on your friends list. Like, let me, you know, okay, I'm gonna revisit this question in a second. Let me actually switch accounts here. It'll take me a moment. I gotta hook up my other phone. I gotta turn on Samsung Flow and all these fun things. Oh, I actually already have it up. Excuse me. Please tell me I don't have to. No, I do. Okay, hold on. I gotta switch. Man, Samsung Flow is a bitch. It is what it is. I have such a good way of addressing this Bond CE question. Alright, that was one of the smoother phone switches that we've done. That wasn't like, you know, obviously there's some wonk here, but there always is going to be. Okay, let me change the stream title. Okay, let's look at some CEs here and do some really basic math. Please tell me I'm allowed to slot my 70 coup. I am. Okay. So I'm pretty sure I don't hold on. I don't even have Q's Bond CE in my inventory because it's so fucking pointless and trash, as are almost all Bond CEs. Maybe I do have it in my inventory. I didn't think I did. Hold on. I know I have it because he's like Bond 13, and you're also not even allowed to delete. I tell you what though, if his Bond CE got deleted, I wouldn't really care. Like, although it would suck, I guess, just for the prize, but it's such a bad CE that I really would not be crying much if I lost it. Oh, that's the problem. There we go. There's all the bullshit. There it is. Okay. So let's look at what I normally have. This is the typical thing I got with my coup, right? He's got 13,000 attack, almost 14,000 attack, right? I'm really proud of this, by the way. So he's almost got 14,000 attack. He got those command card boosts, so actually in practicality, he actually has over 14,000 attack on a lot of his cards. You know, this is really good. And then Golden Sumo gives him a 15% attack bonus beyond that. Right, so he's got like his inherent stats are basically 14,000, and then he gets a 15% attack buff all the time. So that's, you're like, damn, that's really good. And he gets 50% starting NP. This is really strong, right? Now I can then give him his Bond CE, and now he has 11,000 attack, and he doesn't have any starting NP, and he doesn't get that 15% attack buff all the time. Now he's almost 12k. But again, between the lower stats and the lack of that 15%, this is so much weaker now. This is so much weaker now. This isn't actually that impressive. And hold on, I noticed that I haven't given attack foes to my 70 coup here, which I haven't done because I'm not going to use them for a while. But I kind of want to do it now out of principle. I can so easily articulate the issue with Bond CEs by doing this. Like, this is so fucking... Okay, I don't have the health ones, but whatever. We'll just pretend he's got an extra 1,000 health. Okay, so now look at the, seriously, look at this shit. Look at the 100 coup and look at the 70 coup that just has a normal CE, right? They're pretty similar if you notice. So you do all this work. You do all this work for your stupid fucking level 100 Babbage or coup or whatever, and then you just nerf them down to what they would be like if a normal fucking person just had the regular unit with a proper CE. It's so dumb. You might say, oh, he's a little bit stronger, but you gotta remember, the 70 coup's got that 15% bonus attack and the starting in P, right? In some circumstances, actually, the 70 coup here is stronger than the 100 coup. It is so stupid to slot bond CEs. It makes the unit so much weaker, and basically you're just making it a regular unit again. All right, what you've done is you've basically grailed the unit to just offset how bad the CE is. And then so now you got this shitty CE effect that barely does anything, and then you have like normal stats. Right, whoop-de-doo, where someone else just has their regular 70 version of that unit, but they gave them a proper CE and they're performing just as good. That is so dumb. The only units it makes sense to give bond CEs to is obviously you have like Hercules, of course, and you could have something like, here's an example of one that actually could make some sense. Not necessarily better than other CEs, but this is a viable option. It's something like Mozart, because Mozart's a support. He's not a damage dealer. He's there purely for buff stacking purposes and things like that. And his bond CE just gives the team an art up. Now, this is really important because some people just, I cannot get this through some people's heads. A CE like Mozart's is only good because Mozart's a support. If you have a CE like that where it's just like a team-wide buster up, you don't put that on a DPS, like on Lu Bu. That's so fucking stupid on Lu Bu. Because what you want on Lu Bu is you want Lu Bu to have a proper CE like Golden Sumo, and he's being selfish, now he's doing as much damage as he personally can do, and someone else has the team-wide buster up one to give him, because then you've got the team-wide buster up and the regular CE, right? It is way better like that, right? And so Mozart can get away with it because Mozart, it's okay for Mozart to be selfless and to, like, you know, give the team-wide buff and that kind of thing, because Mozart doesn't need to be doing damage himself. Now, so like that can be a legitimate thing, Mozart with his bond CE. That's like, hey, you actually now are getting a 64% art up, right, for the team. That's really nice, you know. No, wait, isn't his is NP damage up, excuse me, his isn't art up, his is NP damage up. Well, anyway, I think it's like 15 or 20% NP damage up, and then you get the 44% art up, so it's still a big damage up. Anywho, so units like that, sure. And then there's abnormal bond CEs every once in a while that just have really powerful effects that can be somewhat good. But generally, don't slot bond CEs. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. No one's like, oh wow, you've got Bond 10 Coup when he's level 100 and 10. I never would have expected you also got him, but like, literally no one does that. No one's sitting there googly-eyed at your fucking Bond 10 Geronimo, right? Nobody gives a shit. It doesn't mean anything. If you have 100 Geronimo, they expect them to be Bond 10 anyway. It means nothing. I don't care that your fucking waifu's Bond 10. Give them a normal fucking CE so they're actually good, right? Look at these coups. These are almost tied, right? Where if I do this, all of a sudden the 100 coup is now way ahead of where a 70 coup could ever be. So that's my bond CE rant. Because I am so tired of seeing level 100 Babbages with their bond CE. And then I'm like, well, yeah, that basically performs as good as my Babbage when I give him Golden Sumo. So why don't you give him, aerial drive or some shit? And I always bring up Babbage just because I've seen it so many times. I have seen so many 100 Babbages with their bond CE. And I like Babbage, and I don't have an 100 Babbage, so I'd like to summon an 100 Babbage, because that's cool, right? Like, oh, I want to see how that does. But then you have a bond CE, and he's like barely any better than my Babbage. And I'm like, well, fuck it. If you truly loved your wife, that's the thing. I'm always like, if you really like the unit, you want their best foot forward, right? You want them to do well. They're not gonna do well with their fucking bond CE. My coup in my all slot here is gonna do about as good as any coup is ever gonna do, right? Because I've done like everything. He's 2K forward, you got 10, got command codes, give him in the command card boosting things. The last thing I want to do is then hold him back with a bad CE. I don't want to do all this stuff to get him as far ahead as possible and then like handicap him with a shitty CE, right? There's no why would I do that? Like, it's like showboating, but like, who, it's not showing off. It's like showing off a car that everybody has, right? Nobody cares that some random unit is bond 10. Yeah, George's bond CE can work. I'll say this, you have to be careful with it though. I don't like people that just generically slap George's bond CE on every George that they have, because it's actually not good a lot of the time, especially on a Grail George. If you're gonna slot a George with a bond CE, it needs to be a 65 George or it needs to be a level 1 George. Because those Georges are designed to die, especially a level 1 George. A level 1 George with the bond CE is really good because they'll die pretty much right away, and then boom, you get the invulnerability. Or if you have another George, like you have your own George and your friend's George with the bond CE, and you don't want him to die right away, you want him to die on a specific turn, so you get the invulnerability on a specific turn. You have the other George taunt for a while, and then we're like, oh, the NP's coming up, so now I'll use the level 1 George's taunt and I'll let him die, and then get the, like, you can do stuff like that. But it's really bad on a level 100 George, because a level 100 George is so tanky. And so you're like, you're going halfway in left and then halfway right. If you got his bond CE, you want him to die, and you probably want him to die within like 3 or 4 turns, right? But if you have a level 100 George, you want him to not die. But you've grailed him. The whole point is now he's even tankier. He's now going to live and get his taunt back. His taunt lasts 3 turns, and it's only a 5-turn cooldown. It's not that hard to get a second time. If you grail him to 100, he's obviously there to live as long as humanly possible. And people think, oh, he'll live as long as humanly possible, then as a bonus when he dies, he does the... No, stop it. That's stupid. You know, if you gotta go all in, right? If you're trying to make him live a long time, you want him to live as long as humanly possible, because if you try to live as long as humanly possible and then he randomly dies, the timing is probably not gonna work out, and you're gonna get the fucking bond CE on some stupid turn that doesn't matter at all, and it won't help you, right? You're like rolling the dice at that point. If you have 100 George, you want to double down on him being stupid tanky. Give him a defense up CE. Give him the Knif CE, give him that sunlight CE for the event, you know, do something like that, make him live even longer, so he's just that iron wall of, I'm gonna take all the normal card damage for you, right? That's actually useful. If you want that George to just show up, tank a little bit, then die, yeah, then give that one the bond CE. But yeah, 100 Georges with the bond CE just doesn't work. When I summon a 100 George, I want him to live, right? And then while he's living, the bond CE is doing nothing. That's how you gotta think about it. You have to, and this is why, there's a reason there's 2 reasons I don't use George's bond CE in my videos very often. One is because if I'm soloing, I don't want the help, right? Because for real, George's bond CE, if you're just killing off your taunt walls ASAP, is super good. It's crazy good, but it's too good, and I don't want it. I don't like that kind of help for my solos, right? I just like having a standard. You get 2 turns of taunt, they're dead, they're gone, that's that, right? And I just use the NP charge CE, that way if they don't get a lot of cards, if your solo unit for those first 2 turns don't get a lot of cards, they're not completely fucked, right? So I just don't want that much help. Now, if you're just trying to be practical, go for it, go nuts, use the bond CE, do whatever you want. But so most of the circumstances where I would use it, I don't, because I just don't want the help. But that's not like a sign of, oh, George's bond CE is not good. It's just, I don't want to use it there. But then when I'm doing team stuff, and I'm using a 65 George or something, and I'm like trying to get George to live a long time, I almost never use it. I think I've used it like once out of all my videos. And that's not because, you know, I'm trying to be budget friendly and that kind of thing. It's just because it's not good enough. It just doesn't, I don't need it. Like, it's too random. It's like, maybe it procs at a good time, maybe it doesn't. And it also can result, and this is what the main point, every turn that goes by that George isn't a corpse, the bond CE is getting less and less value. And you might not understand how that works, but it's pretty simple. If George's bond CE does literally nothing every single turn until he dies, nothing. 100 health, 100 attack. Oh man, right? Where if you've got something like the Kodamine CE or his daughter, whatever the fuck her name is, the Shroud one, you know, like the anti-mail defense, or Melty Sweetheart, or the Knif CE, or something like that, that's giving you value, right? You know, pretty much right away. And some of those can potentially get you a lot of value in the long run, right? And maybe just starting NP, just the difference between getting his NP and not getting his NP can be a pretty substantial amount of value between the defense up and the damage he does, and maybe turning something into a dragon, right? Those things can be really impactful, right? So you have to weigh the end result of the bond CE versus all of the turns you could have been getting value out of something else. I mean, hell, you could have brought 20-30 for some random crits or something, right? There's just so many CEs you could bring that would be doing something every single turn. And so let's say a defense up CE, let's say the enemy's a male, and you use that Shroud CE that gives you 30% defense against males, that might buy you an extra 2 turns. That is often going to be better than the invulnerability. Not necessarily. Sometimes the invulnerability is better. I'm definitely not arguing that George's Bond CE is bad. It absolutely can be very good. But it's not an auto pick. It's not even close to an auto pick. And you know, there's just other CEs that can be super good. So yeah, I really think that's an overrated Bond CE. However, I don't think it's bad. I do not lump George's Bond CE in with all those, you know, like Ku's Bond CE and Lubu's Bond CE. You know, it's way better than those. But it's still very circumstantial. But yeah, if George is going to die fast, I think it's great. If there's like a lot of, you know, really big damage coming your way often and stuff, it's great. There absolutely are times where George's Bond CE is fucking incredible. Like, absolutely. I always recommend, if, you know, you're going to be using George, yeah, you know, throw him in the back row when you're farming and get him up to Bond 10. You know, it's a really nice thing to have. And, you know, when I solo, I try to, like, kind of follow my own personal code of conduct based on my, you know, what I'm fighting and blah, 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 blah. But that's my own personal bullshit. It doesn't matter at all. If you're soloing, by all means, use George's Bond CE. It'll absolutely help you out. I would pretty rarely use the Ideal King CE because it's only 1,000 health. I mean, it can be good, especially if you're really trying to make sure this other unit is tanky enough to get the job done. Like, maybe you have a Berserker and they have to live for 1 turn or 2 turns after George dies, right? And the enemy boss does a decent amount of damage, and you just, you know, they gotta just get that NP off before they die, but you have to wait until you break the first health bar, and then the Berserker breaks the second health bar, but you have to get those turns to break the first health bar, so, you know, it's kind of awkward, right? So there's times you might use it, but generally I would use George's Bond CE over it, or I would use just more defense up or something more utility based. It rarely is that CE worth it. It's okay though, and it can be good. It's especially good when you have a unit where whatever their utility is, whatever they're there for, there's just no CE that's going to affect them. They're just not going to, you know, be around in a way where like 20, 30 or whatever is going to matter. They don't need starting NP. It doesn't matter if they have defense up. So those are good units to put Ideal Holy King on, because like, hey, fuck it, it gives more health for everybody. That can be good. But that CE, it's rarely the best pick. It's a fine pick. That's CE that's like never gonna hurt you, and I guess unless you want a unit to die, then I guess it can hurt you. Fuck it, I'll slot Mozart. Why not? Yeah, I've seen people do back lines. It's got the 3 kings, and at that point, you know, you get quite a bit of health. So, but you need it to be a situation where you need your front row to be really loaded like that, and that can happen, especially if you're doing more whaley stuff. Like maybe you're busting out your friend's Merlin, or you have your own Merlin, and there's a waiver in there, and all. You know, if you're, you know, you really got that front row, and the idea is for the front row to never die. You might as well do Holy King in the back row then, because, you know, other like support CEs don't activate until they're on the field, and if the idea is for them to never get on the field, then, you know, fuck it, you might as well get the bonus health. Or yeah, I guess Guaida, you can put him in the front row just to boost the back row, I suppose. Yeah. What do we? I guess we can just mess around with some of the summer stages just for funsies. I've done everything I need to do in this event, other than get, I guess, Lancer gems. Just because I need Lancer gems really bad for. Oh hey, I have farmed enough that we can finally get. This is gonna burn. Oh god, the QP. It's coming. Oh, 5 stars. Why do you have... This is why I'm so glad that I don't get new 5 stars often. Like, look, it's just evaporating. He's just nomming it up like it's fucking rice, man. He's just going to town and just kiss your fucking QP goodbye, man. He's worth it, though. He's so awesome, dude. Like, 20 fucking million. Just gone. Oh, fuck. I need one more. Because those are the 2 I want at 10 the most. I mean, obviously you want all of them at 10, but yeah, we'll go try to get a Lancer gem here. and while we're at it, we'll get some QP to offset the just calamity. So I want to, the smart thing to do is generally like summon something like this, you know, get the QP boost, and then bring units in the back row with like the spawn boost. So there's more of them, and then so you just get loads of QP. But this is boring. Like this would be like, I was actually gonna farm this. This is like roughly what I would bring, but we'll be somewhat inefficient here and do some solos. I'll tell you what, what I want to do is I kind of want Chin to yeet someone that has the QP boost, or maybe I just slot. Anyone in chat mind putting a QP boost CE on the level 1 George? That's probably the best way to like to have a ratio between practicality and dicking around. I feel like we'll have to use decent solo units though, because we're gonna get like no starting NP from our buds dying. And the first wave is the fucking snake, right? So we actually have to be kind of careful about this, otherwise we'll like wipe, and I don't want to wipe if I can help it. We'll give chat a moment here. If I tell you what, if someone in chat has got a really nice Saber Lancelot, I'll try to solo this with that. I've got my own, but he's only level 80. He's NP5, but he's just level 80, so I don't think that would... And no command codes. That's a big deal for him. But if somebody's got a nice Saber Lancelot, I'll try to solo this with him. That'll be tough. You know, he's got the damage, but he's got a lot of issues in a solo context. That's one of the most extreme units I've ever seen, because generally speaking, you know, there's a difference between solo and team play, and some units are more synergy based, but generally, if a unit is good at one, they're going to be good at the other, aside from supports. Just because value is value. It's like, oh hey, if you got lots of damage and survivability, of course that's going to be good if you're in a solo or in a team. But units with star absorb gimmicks and stuff like that, they definitely struggle a lot more in a solo. That's kind of unique to them. Like I really can't think of a lot of units where if they're good at one, they're not good at the other. Generally, they will be good at both. But yeah, Lancelot's definitely one that there's a massive difference between his team and his solo capacity. Really big difference. Yeah, that Hydra's a bitch, man. Normally we don't counterclass free quests, but this is a level 90 free quest and it's just harder than normal, so I'm okay with if we do something at neutral, we'll let them use the damage CE. I feel like that's more than fair with the way this stage is. So, what do we do, chat? Do we get really greedy and do this, and this makes the stage harder, double fold, because it makes more enemies spawn, and then we don't get the starting MP, right? That might be going too far, right? Like, we're really screwing over the solo unit at that point, because I feel like, okay, we'll get greedy if our solo unit is a tough boy, right? We'll do that, but if they're a bit shrimpy, we're not gonna. Like, we'll do Mordred here, and we'll make it really tough on Mordred. But for pretty much everybody else, we're not gonna do that. So Mordred doesn't actually need Anniversary Blonde as much as she used to because of her second skill. You can basically get 2 crit turns now if you do Anniversary Blonde though, which is nice. But this stage is a bitch. This stage really is a bitch. I'm thinking Atlas. It's so weird to use Atlas on Mordred though, but I'm thinking Atlas or default. Let me think. The second stage is like this. Wave 2 is a joke. The snake is actually, you know, the Hydra is actually easier in the Fever version. He actually has less health. And I think Medusa has less health too. It's the fact that there can be more ads. Like the free quest, if you don't have extra ads, the free quest version of this is actually easier than the free quest version is harder than the Fever version. You know what? Actually, let's do the free quest version once real quick. That way we get AP back while we're sitting here. I should have done this forever ago because I've been bitching for a while, so I could have gotten a lot of AP back, excuse me. But then we'll do the Fever version. The Fever version though can have a way more ads. I mean, you can have up to like 15 fucking ads or some shit, and so that ends up being way harder than the free quest version. But you have to actually have the bonus spawns. I might try Canis. She's a really good solo unit, so. Please don't crit. Just don't do that. I think it's like a day and a half is left or something like that. Sounds delayed again. Oh my god, you fucking jackass. And it's skill seal. What? It literally any other debuff and I can clear it. And then NP right away. That's, that was basically the most meta turn one he could possibly do. If I was playing the Hydra, that's pretty much what I would have done. Oh, I have voices off. That was for video purposes. You guys have no idea how hard that fucking DMC part. So okay, the edit I did for the Mordred summary with the Devil May Cry stuff, that normally wouldn't be that hard. But I fucked up, and when I recorded it, so okay, let's just go through this. When I recorded that bit, I did not have anything in mind. I wasn't planning on doing the Devil May Cry thing. That kind of just came to me as I went, right? So when I recorded it, I had, you know, sound effects on, I had voices on, all that stuff. And then I realized that I wanted to do that. Because I'd had the idea, I was kind of going to make the ending part more serious. Just kind of have some epic thrown in there. So I was planning on using that music, right? I was going to have it, you know, go into the 1v1 at the end and have that music. And I'm like, you know, if we're using this music, you know, Artoria's blue, like Virgil, and Mordred is red, like Dante. You know, we could. I was just gonna have like a little bit of fun with it. I was gonna have the one line for Virgil at the start, but then I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna do the whole thing. But because I'd already recorded it and I didn't have the sound effects on and the voices off, I had to just mute the whole everything. I had all the original audio for that fight. I just removed all of it, and then I had to go record their sound effects. Just generically. So right now in my game, the voices aren't on because I needed to record Mordred's sound effects and Lantoria's sound effects so I could edit them in to the video. And then I took the voice clips, obviously, from Devil May Cry 3. So I made it so much more annoying on myself than it needed to be. Like, normally that kind of editing wouldn't be that hard, but because I didn't plan ahead, I made it extremely hard on myself. So I healed last turn, even though some of the heal whiffed, because I want it to come off cooldown and heal again. I'm just hoping that actually happens. Now, I'm thinking about just using my second, yep, fuck it, I'm using my second skill. Going for that 200% overcharge. Oh boy, if that 60% doesn't crit, we're not gonna kill. And I don't have my Buster up. Oh fuck, I should use my Buster up too. Come on, there you go. Well, that could have backfired, and I would have barely not killed, and that would have been so bad. I do love that you can turn voices on and off in the middle of the stage now, though. It's made my life so much easier. I would not give Art of Death to David. I mean, sometimes if I just, you know, like I've given it to him on my new account just because I didn't really have any better options. So like, might as well. But normally that's not really the kind of shtick you would give him. I mean, there's times it could work out, sure. But if I was gonna be like general advice for David, that's not really a CE that would come to mind. That's pretty circumstantial. But if, like off the top of my head, good CEs for David is gonna be like the Canis CE. I can't like overemphasize that enough anymore. But yeah, the Canis CE. The Sunlight one is good, but it's definitely not as good. Just starting NP is good, defense up is good. Generally survivability stuff. I really like the Canis one because it allows him to cast his evade on turn 1, and then when he gets hit, it won't get pinged off, and it'll just stay there because it'll ping off the invulnerability instead. And it's 3 hits. So you have 4 hits before you take damage, and when you finally ping off the 4th hit, he can cast it again. Right? That's really nice. So yeah, that's a really good one. And then sometimes just starting NP. Sometimes David's just going to do what David does, and you don't need anything else. You may as well give him starting NP so he just gets his NP off and does some bonus damage. And I really like, I haven't had a chance to show it off too much, but I really like, if you have especially if you're doing a taunt setup, Like, if you at least have just St. George at least, and you're fighting a boss, the boss will kill St. George, then you bring in David, because by the time the boss kills St. George, the boss is going to be close to NPing, so now it's a good time for David to come in from the back row. I like giving him Golden Carp, because Golden Carp gives him starting NP, so maybe he gets his NP off, but then when he comes in, it's going to be mid-turn, it's going to be like a few turns in, and he generates those 20 stars for you, because you probably generated, 5 to 10 stars on your own before. Now, I don't like it as much on turn 1. If you have David on your front row, and it's like, boom, Golden Carp, then you just get 20 stars, and that's kind of random and eh. But like, if he's coming in from the back row like that, and maybe you made 10 stars, and boom, he comes and makes 20 stars, now you have 30 stars, right? Now you're kind of getting somewhere, right? And that can be kind of nice. But yeah, David's pretty flexible with CEs, just because he's a support. So you kind of use, like, am I running a crit team? Maybe you give him 20-30 then. Am I doing a more bursty team with a Buster unit? Maybe you do Ox King. Maybe you just give him Poster Girl. Maybe you give him, the Caneth one, right? It's just, it really depends. But yeah, generally more supporty stuff or more tanky stuff. I almost wish I didn't kill this mob here. I wouldn't mind waiting one more turn. I don't think I'm going to get 200%. Oh, never mind. Thank you, crits. I hate that this whole Canis thing has happened because, like I said, it's just so frustrating to me, and I can't even wrap my head around this because for so long, Canis wasn't a thing, and then although she was a thing, for like 2 years before she was added to the game, nobody even thought about it because she wasn't in the game yet, right? So every time I said Caneth CE, everyone knew what I was talking about, and everyone calls it that. I'm not like some weirdo that just randomly. Everyone calls it that. It's been called that forever. And everyone knew what you were talking about when you said it. And then now all of a sudden that Canis exists, everyone here hears Canis instead of Caneth, right? And so every time I say it, and now it's like a meme now, like now people are just memeing. But before, people legitimately thought I was saying Canis CE. Even though all this time I've been saying Canith, and it was never it never confused anyone, right? And now it confuses everyone. And like Canis has existed, just recently, right? It's a new thing. Can we have a Canith servant, by the way? We kind of already missed our chance at that one though. Oh, this is gonna be easy for Mordred. I was really expecting. We didn't even get any extra spawns, so. KFC. Yeah, we already missed our chance to get a Caneth unit. It was really lame. Yeah, I'd like a Caneth servant. I like his abilities a lot. It's so lame on Brains. Can we get a crit? A crit? There you go. Didn't have our crit buff, but still. Well, the good thing about not killing is now I get to do a BM combo. Although she's probably going to do her guts and vulnerability. Maybe not. Slow-mo, by the way. Ow. And I was really playing the long game, because I'm like, oh man, see, look, now I can finally use my third skill. I get like my MP back really fast here, and then the heal's coming back soon, we still evade, but the fight didn't go on long enough, so it didn't matter. And here's my favorite Mordred combo that is never meta to use ever. Because it's the only way to not do this stupid fucking kick. Like, these two busters look so much cooler. Like, it's so much cooler, and you don't get it. How have you not heard me explain what BM means? Because this gets asked, like, every fucking stream. And you're here all the time. I'm not mad, I just don't understand. Like, I explain this all of the time, and you're here all the time. I can't. The statistics on this. This is like when you got a 90% crit chance and you don't crit, right? That's what this feels like. But I hate to go into this again because it's like this is so repetitive for so many people. But it's because in a lot of games, like Hearthstone, StarCraft 2, fighting games, you know, like Street Fighter or whatever, a lot of times you have a situation where you know you're gonna win, or like in Street Fighter, it'd be like you're fighting a newbie and right, you're so confident you're gonna win. But then in games like Hearthstone and StarCraft 2, they can get a point where it's just so obvious that player X is going to beat player Y. They have such an absurd advantage. There's just no way they're not gonna win. You know, they've won. And BM stands for bad manners. So like in Hearthstone, for example, maybe on this turn, it's your turn, so the enemy doesn't get to take any actions. It's your turn, you get to control everything, and you already have on the board what's necessary to win. So both players already know you've won, right? It's like all you gotta do is attack. Like maybe they have 1 health left, they have no taunt, no effects, no way to survive, and you have a unit on the board that's free to attack, that has enough attack power to do the damage to their health to kill them, right? And instead of just attacking and killing them, you cast a bunch of unnecessary spells. Maybe you use like a sacrifice ability on one of your own minions for no fucking reason. You like you Shadow Bolt and shoot your own minion. You use your hero power for no fucking reason. You kill the enemy's minions when you don't need to. You're wasting time and you're like showing off and just being silly or whatever. It's called BMing because it's bad manners, right? Instead of just ending the game, you're like showboating and doing unnecessary actions and stuff. And so I call it a BM combo in FGO because it's the same thing. You're doing a combo that has no practical purpose whatsoever, and it's the only way to see it though. Like it's an animation that will never come out in a practical, like that second Mordred Buster animation, you can never do it in a practical way. The only way you're doing it is if you're doing something stupid like, you know, Art Buster Buster or Quick Buster Buster or something like that. And it's just, and a lot of people, I've kind of, you know, made this a thing. A lot of people refer to it as that now. A lot of units have animations that you can't really get unless you do something stupid, and it's normally a Buster attack. And I just call them BM combos because, you know, you're doing unnecessary actions. It's like I did that in a video where Guadia had 1 health, you know, and instead of killing him, I did a bunch of stupid bullshit. Yeah, StarCraft is StarCraft and Hearthstone are like really obvious examples of that. I guess those are kind of older games now, though, so maybe not. But like Coup, you know, Cou's got a Buster animation you can't see unless you do, you know, Quick Buster Buster. But why the fuck would you ever do Quick Buster Buster? Alright, if we could get a Lancer gem, that's the main reason we're doing this, is we want a Lancer gem. There's my trash account there. I didn't really like any of those. The thing is, there actually is a reason to get her hatchet. There are combos where you could get Drake's hatchet that makes sense. Like there's a few combos that let you get it, and some of them are like actually good NP gain combos if you don't have access to your entire deck. Which that happens, you know, in team settings, a lot of times you're gonna do, but like Mordred, you can't do it, right? Because yeah, someone else could do the initial Buster attack, but then her first Buster attack is always going to be the kick. So there's just no way to get 2 Buster attacks in a row with her that would, you know, she can't already be at close range. Yeah, I know, it might take a minute. This stage definitely doesn't have the best drop rate. It's not the worst drop rate either, though. I kind of want to bring an extra taunt just so we can get more enemy spawns and make this tougher. But I guess we'll do Canis for now and just see how she do. Ziggurat would probably do alright here. AoE is probably better though for the ending part because the Fever version is going to have the extra trash. Don't crit. I kind of want to bring Chin Gong as the other taunt just so this thing doesn't crit on turn 1. Because it's super random, and if it happens, it screws you over so hard. I hate farming gold gems. It is the worst. He didn't die! God, like if he dies in the first action, that makes me the, like, you know, the safest. Thank God, though, this isn't NA. Oh, wait, did NA fix that? I haven't checked. Has NA fixed that with the engine update? The stupid fucking taunt nonsense? Because, you know, that's been fixed on JP for ages. But I'm always complaining about NA having that stupid thing. I don't think so. God damn it. I was so hopeful that they would fix it with the engine update. Oh, it has? Oh, I hope so. They did? Okay. Thank goodness, because that was the fucking worst. How much do I want NP? How much do I want crit stars? George is one of the few units that you can put his quick card first, and it's actually can be worth it in a situation though where you're splitting cards with somebody else. Because George's hit count is so low and his quick attack, the minor quick boost could be better. I kind of just want the damage though. You still haven't fixed the Switch Mystic code? Wow. I'm not sure they even realize at this point. Like, an NA is getting pretty far along, and it definitely matters. It's just, oh my god, that's a big deal if that stun misses, dude. That's a big part of that Mystic code. It kind of makes up for, you know, the attack up not being as good and all that. I feel like it's good to cast these skills now because we get that filler wave in the middle, so... I want my NP right now really bad, but I also want to do damage. I guess we do the boring-ass tried and true combo. Pretty rare that I do this combo in Canis, honestly. She doesn't generally do this. Yeah, nice damage, you stupid snake. You fuck. You know what? I'm gonna remove that because it lowers your cooldowns, right? It takes a turn longer to get your stuff back, and I don't think there's any other debuffs here I'm gonna have to worry about. So the dream is her NP doesn't kill it, but then the following stuff does. But then I want the following stuff to be useful. Like Buster will kill this thing, of course. But I kind of want to do, you know, get some NP gain or Star Gen. Although we got the trash mobs coming up, so I don't really need to do anything stupid here. Let's just... We got the attack up. Why do stun and NP make... Well, Skill Seal makes the cooldown longer because while it's frozen, it basically doesn't move, if that makes any sense. Yeah, I mean, if her NP low rolls, I'm a little worried that the Quick wouldn't quite be enough. I think Quick will work, though, because we have the 40% attack up. And, oh yeah, my Canis is NP 5. So, I think this will work. The only way I feel like this might not work is if we just get the worst low roll in human history, and we low roll on the quick attacks. I think this will work, though. We'll be 100 soon. I feel like I was completely accurate in that statement, though. Because that was fucking close. Look at that. That was fucking close. I don't want to hear any of this. Oh, she's got it. She clearly... That was not in the bag. Right? That was not in the fucking bag. So I mean, that was risky. But we got it. Now, it would not have been close. If I had just done a Buster attack, we would have been totally fine. Like, that wasn't, there was definitely some wiggle room there because almost the entirety of the extra attack went into the void, right? So that makes up for a good bit of the low-high roll on the NP. But, and I don't know where the NP was, I didn't pay attention, I don't know if it low or high rolled, but... Okay. Basically, I want to do art quick on the next one and, crit. Maybe I should have done art on that one. I'm not actually sure it was worth casting my third skill just because the Tridra didn't get to actually attack much. I could do Buster to get rid of his defense buff. It's got that command code on it. I'll do this. I'm so glad she's actually a really fun unit to solo with. I would have been upset if she had been Could you crit? Oh my god. Canis. Canis, what was that? I literally did everything I could to give you as much crit chance as possible. And then you didn't crit with anything. And you only needed to crit. She only needed to crit. There's 12 enemies. She only needed to crit with one of them. If any of that stuff had crit, we'd have our NP right now, which is really fucking important because I need to start killing these ads because again, there's fucking 12 of them. Oh, fuck me. But as I was saying, I'm really glad that Canis is not a boring unit gameplay-wise because I like Canis, you know, I like Ku, I like Enkidu, and you know, it's nice when the units you like aren't like, you know, super fucking boring, especially for solos because I like soloing, so I'd have been pissed if she was one of those really straightforward ones. I'm not a fan of this. I'm just gonna... Chat, isn't it nice that we one of our cards crit last turn with all that crit chance we had? Really glad we got that random crit, you know, because that it was enough to get our NP, you know. So that was nice. That was nice. Now, normally Buster is really nice in a situation like this, but I don't have my attack up. I don't have either of my attack ups. Because the second NP is going to be really important. I'll do it anyway. Try to get her. It's not going to kill her. I just want to get her as low as possible. So Atlas has been so awkward here because I haven't been able to be... it's actually, I think, was the wrong decision because I haven't been able to be optimal with it. Like, if I used it last turn, I would have been really wasteful for these skills and stuff. I think I should have used it last turn anyway, though. Because it would have let me... I could have done way more damage to Medusa there, and I could have already used my third skill. So that was a mistake, because I took so much damage there. If I had used Atlas last turn, I would have barely taken damage. So that was wrong. It would have sucked to have lost that value, but and see if I use it now, it's like the same problem though, where I'm like now I'm losing value on the third skill, but kind of have to. But yeah, if I was gonna do it now, I should have just done it last turn. Yeah, I am really impressed with this voice actress. That's really insane that she was able to... Like, that's just crazy. And like a lot of voice actors have really good range, and they know how to put like good inflections on their voice to give it a different vibe and that kind of thing. But normally you can tell, you know, the same voice actor. But good God, like doing Canis and the Pink Valkyrie, it's like what the fuck? So I don't think Canis can win if there's this many trash mobs, but we could have gotten farther than this. Like that, the way I used Atlas was a pretty big misplay. Wow, that's so bad. I'm trying to target switch here, but I don't know if it'll work out. That's not enough. No, okay. Yeah, I was hoping I could kill her and one of the mobs on the side. Yeah, Canis is permanent, but she's story locked. Ugh, that was bad. I should have just killed Medusa there. I was trying to be greedy, but I figured I'm so behind that I had to be greedy. But I hope maybe I should use my first skill there. So I need MP, but I also need to make sure she dies. Yeah, we could have gotten a fair bit farther than this. I kind of want to try again. Although I don't want to be wasting tickets because I want the fucking Lancer gem. Because I know she's gonna lose. I know she could get much far. I mean, I don't know. You might be able to win, especially with like if you had taunts that weren't trash. Because we missed a lot of value there. Like we missed a lot, and getting better NP value means a lot more ads die. But yeah, what I suggest, if you like, no, story locks are not limited with extra steps. They're not. Story locks are a billion times easier to get than fucking limited. They're just not the same at all, because story lock stuff can be picked by like the SR ticket, right? Which that's huge, right? If you're like Canis, you just wait until they give out a free 4-star ticket, which they generally give out one a year, and boom, you pick, there you go. Like, it's so much easier, right? And then you've got like things like Valentine's and White Day and class banners, stuff like that. There are significantly more ways to get a story lock unit than there is to get a limited one. Now, obviously, a story lock unit is more annoying than a purely unlimited unit, because an unlimited unit you could get at any time, you know, no matter what you're rolling on what rate up or whatever, right? With the exception of things like White Day and stuff. You know, if they're female, you're not going to get them, but story locks are just so much easier than limited, especially for 4 stars, because you know 4 stars they include the story locked ones in the ticket. So, because yeah, getting spooked at any time is great, but limited, you know, you're not getting spooked. You can't pick them for your SR ticket. You can't get them on Valentine's Day. You can't get them on White Day. You can't get them on class banners. I mean, like this is very significant, right? This is a lot of stuff here. So we probably, to have been fair to Canis, she's a really good solo unit, but that was a pretty daunting thing to do at neutral. We should have given her the event CE. That would have been fair. Do we need to roll for event CEs for bonus drops? What do you mean? Like, do you just mean in general? If you mean in general, no. Like, I never fucking do that. You can easily do events. I generally clear events without using many apples, if any apples. I just, you know, space out my AP over the, you know, the event. And yeah, I almost never roll, so I almost never have event CEs. I need to add more music from this game. Boy, this is gonna be tough. Because he's better at solo than Canis. Although honestly, she keeps up. She keeps up better than I would have thought. Like she does. She has a very impressive solo record. However, this is going to be harder for Ku than it was for her because he's single target, and this ultra rewards AoE. Yeah, I know. Cersei's, that's why I fucking hated the last White Day. That was an abnormal circumstance. That's why I was so salty that she was rated up, because not only was she female, but it's just any 4-star being rated up on White Day is stupid. Because White Day is normally a really good chance to get, if you like a lot of the male 4-stars, Beowulf, Jan, Herc, Lancelot, you know, this, it's a really good time to get those. Because there's no rate up. Right, where fucking Cersei's rated up, so now every time you get a 4-star, it's a 50% chance to be Cersei, right? That's really lame, and then she's not even a male. I don't know what the fuck they were thinking with that. And again, I don't hate Cersei at all. I don't have a problem with the character. It's just, that was not the time for that, right, at all. It's like fucking rating up Beowulf on Valentine's Day. I love Beowulf, but that's fucking stupid. I really need... What is this fucking hand? I was like, I really need to bring Chen Gong... Oh my god, just... Yep, no Chen Gong, no AoE, and I don't get any cards. So Proto-Coup would actually be nice here, because you've got the anti-beast damage, and you could actually take the... What the fuck? Holy shit! Oh my god. Wow, and then I like how he fucking crit with the 10% or whatever. Honestly though, that doesn't make up for it. That helps, that's nice, but that absolutely does not, that does not make up for how horrible those hands were. Like, no way. Ooh, okay. Yeah, NP gain is what we care about here. I wasn't worrying too much about NP gain early on because I knew we had this stage, and it's not, I'm not AoE or anything, no way to target switch, so. Although, I would have liked some NP gain, you know, like maybe I've gotten a couple of coup cards on the first two hands, because I'm not going to get to 100%. I feel like, overwhelmingly, I should have gotten to 100% by now, though. It was just the fact that I got no cards and an A-Buster card. No, that debuff clear did accomplish something. Now, ultimately, it ended up not mattering because I just got protection from arrows back this turn, and I'm unable to cast it because I haven't lost my previous protection from arrows. So that one lost turn, I would have gotten now. But there was no way for me to have known that. I could have lost protection from arrows, so it was worth doing. And it's not like I don't need to save. What am I going to use it on, champ? Yeah, I gotta save my save my debuff clear when there's no more debuffs and Ku has his own debuff clear. Yeah, that makes sense. Because I could have totally lost protection from arrows, and I had lost protection from arrows, I'd want to cast protection from arrows right now, right? And I wouldn't have been able to if I hadn't done that. I have no idea when I want to use Guts. I think I'll wait one turn. No, I think I'll cast it now. Especially because we already lost ticks off protection from arrows. I almost want to do, but normally you do quick chains for crits later, but I can get crits now because I got a decent chance there. But we still like 3 of a kind bonus, and it's not like 70% is guaranteed. If that buster was 100% though, I probably would have changed my combo. No, I would not have had it available. You do not understand how skill steal works in this game. Let me break this down for like the 3rd time this stream. I got protection from arrows that turn. That means if it had one more turn on the cooldown, I would not have had it. And when your skills are skill sealed, they don't lose a cooldown. I literally just explained this like 5 minutes ago. And if you were unaware of this, you shouldn't be commenting about this stuff. And again, there are no debuffs here, and I already know that. I've already done this stage a bunch. What am I gonna save this for? What am I gonna do? What do I need the debuff clear for? Yeah, those giants, man. They're gonna got those nasty debuffs that, you know, Ku couldn't possibly remove on his own with his disengage skill or anything. Totally worth risking losing a turn of protection from arrows. Chat, y'all probably remember some of this. Remember I've talked about like the order and how things go? You know, you have somebody like be a smartass, right? And they say something that's factually wrong, right? I think a lot of people know where I'm going with this, right? And then step 2 is then it gets shown that they're wrong, right? And then when you're being a smartass and you're wrong, it doesn't look great. It's not a great look, right? And then step 3 is then they always say, "Calm down, bro," or some, you know, some variation of that. It's like the it's really predictable because this happens every time. Because, you know, other people are arbiters of your emotion, right? That's, you know, they know how you feel and how you should feel. Because, you know, everyone's a psychologist now. Okay, so she has 1 hit invulnerability and then guts. So I need to try to pop guts this turn, but I also want NP gain. I can pop her guts this turn without any problem. It's just it's not going to be the best thing for NP gain. I could probably just do 1 buster. I think I'm doing both busters because then there's like no problem. The problem is I was thinking of doing buster then quick art, but if they don't crit, then it might not pop guts. It probably would. It probably would, actually. Because we still have the extra attack, and she has defense down. And they have 60% crit chances. It's just a game. Oh yeah, I have the event CE. Excuse me. I totally forgot I had the event CE. That was I could have done fucking quick. I could have done like quick art quick or some stupid bullshit like that, and I still would have killed. I just completely forgot that I had the event CE there. Actually, I should have done a stupid fucking combo like that because I would have gotten my NP right now, which actually would be huge because I could kill 2. I could NP the giant and then overkill her, and I'd get overcharged and all that good stuff. So that was actually a pretty big mistake. Yeah, I always like when people that don't solo or are terrible at soloing or and try to tell me how to solo when I do it all the time. And then you have what I like even better than that is when you have people that don't ever do like 1 to 3 star stuff, or they don't ever do like super budget stuff, and then they try to tell me what I should bring on a 1 to 3 star team, and then their advice is just fucking trash. Oh no! We got Starchin down. Oh god, it's such a shame that Ku doesn't have a way of removing that on his own, and then like maybe it would have a side effect that would be useful right now, like maybe getting some of my health back, right? You know, if only I had like my Mystic Code debuff removal right now, and then, you know, and it's not like the starfish coin guys, you know, it's not like, you know, they don't even have a fucking debuff. Although I will say the Giants, normally the Giants are dead so fast that you don't even like factor in their debuff. But I kind of actually have to now because I fucked up so much with Medusa that the Giants are kind of further along than I would have liked. Dude, I can't put enough quotations around this. The amount of advice I get in this game when I literally never ask for any of it, and then how bad most of it is, it's just fucking incredible. Like that guy saying Okita's first skill removes her defense down. It's like, And it's like, why would you even say that if you haven't tested it? I'm trying to go around the wheel, then use Atlas, but I clearly casted Guts too soon, so it's gonna whiff. I was thinking the damage output was gonna be higher on the enemies, so that was a pretty big mistake because I could have waited quite a while to cast it. I probably should have cast it like last turn, maybe the turn before. That is like the worst time to have Guts wear off too, because her health is low enough that you know you might die this turn if they crit a lot, and I can't double kill it because I don't have my NP. This is actually annoying enough that I'm going to use this. I actually should have used that. I didn't even think about this. I absolutely should have used that on the trash mobs, like maybe even the snake. Actually, I should have used this on the snake. Because I have Atlas at rank 10 now, so the cooldown is shorter, and this fight is going to go on for 50 years, so I would have gotten invulnerability back. So that was a mistake. And also that would have made it easier to deal with this whole Guts mishap. Yeah, Arjuna is an ass and is kind of a bad guy. But he's actually pretty interesting. I wouldn't even really say he's a bad guy. There's just issues there, I think is the better way of putting it. Okay, we're going to NP the one with 47k because we'll kill it with our NP no matter what. And then we'll use our normal attacks on the one with defense down because we don't need the defense down on the one that's getting hit by the NP. But yeah, Arjuna's actually one of those characters that's grown a lot on me over time. Like at first I didn't like him because he was a dick to Karna, and Karna's awesome. Yeah, no, he's a pretty cool character. Normally I do Atlas right now, but I might as well wait the one turn to then maybe get my third skill again. This is a stage where the 1k heal command code would be super good. Not just for Ku, just in general. If you're trying to solo this, especially at neutral, like that would have helped Canis so much. Like the 1000 heal. Like the fight goes on long enough, you could use it multiple times, and if the unit has their own survivability, they kind of offset with it. Yeah, I'd say flawed characters are almost, I shouldn't have done that. Flawed characters are almost always more compelling or relatable or interesting because humans are flawed. You know, and it's just, you know, people generally relate to flaws more than the opposite, so. So I've made a lot of little misplays throughout this, and those are catching up to me. So this is a good time to talk about this because it just happened. It happens all the time. But you know, from a business standpoint, you know, it generally makes sense to always turn the other cheek and be overly nice and that kind of thing. But that's not how real humans act. That's not reality, right? That's putting on an act. That's putting on a mask. And sometimes putting on a mask can be, you know, beneficial to you. But that's up to the individual if it's worth doing or not. But I often see somebody will do something like in chat or on YouTube or on Twitter or whatever. But like you have someone, you know, maybe tweet a celebrity, or someone will say something in stream chat or in a YouTube comment to like a big YouTube video or something, or even not a big YouTube video. It doesn't really matter. But and they're being rude, right? They're being rude, maybe in a passive-aggressive way, but they're absolutely being rude, even if they don't mean it. Sometimes people are rude and they're not intending to be rude. I think everyone has like grandparents or something that are like that, right? The passive-aggressive grandparents, right? That's pretty normal. They're not intending to be rude, but they absolutely, you know, are being rude, right? So it's like when you correct somebody, especially if you don't know them and they didn't ask for advice, you are being rude. You know, if you realize it or not, you are being rude, right? So somebody is rude to you, or even actively insults you sometimes. Like I've had, you know, people just straight up, you know, insult me and whatnot. And then for me personally, this is not right for everybody, but for me, I punch back, right? I don't worry about the niceties. I don't worry about putting on a good, you know, family-friendly persona. If someone's a snarky dick to me, I'm gonna be a snarky dick back. If somebody tries to insult me, I'm gonna insult you back. And I'm okay with this. I don't like letting people punch me and just turn the other cheek. So you know, when you come in here and you say some unthought out bullshit and trying to correct me, I'm going to put that on blast, right? And that's why it's really wise to think before you speak, right? And you know, I give people second chances and all that, and that's fine. You know, it's not a big deal. Literally, it's not a big deal. But you know, if someone comes in here and is trying to, you know, tell me how to play when I'm not even asking for that, I'm obviously, and then they're wrong. That makes it, you know, a million times funnier to me. Is when you're wrong. Of course, I'm gonna put that on blast. Right? You're coming in here trying to be a smartass, and you don't even know what you're talking about. Like I mean, yeah, it's kind of low-hanging fruit, but I mean, how can you not, right? Because that's like delicious low-hanging fruit. Like, how can you not go for that? Like, of course I'm going to do that. But I see that a lot, where and not in this case isn't really that, right? I'm kind of using this as a springboard. A lot of times someone is significantly more rude or whatever, but they're doing it in a passive-aggressive way, right? And then they get put on blast, and they're like, "Why are you being so rude?" You know, it's like projecting. It's so dumb, but that I see that a lot, and it's stupid, right? When you go out there, it's fine. I'm not saying, you know, freedom of speech and all that's fine, right? You know, go nuts. You know, do what you like, but when you go out there and you're trying to critique somebody that didn't ask for it, or you're trying to, you know, correct them when it's sometimes it's a subjective thing and it's not like you can actually correct these things, or you're just being a snarky asshole, you know, if you're gonna give it, you gotta be willing to take it. And I see that a lot, because I give it all the time. I mean, that's the thing, let's be real. I throw you know, shit out like crazy, but you know, it is what it is, and you know, you gotta be, this shit goes both ways. Although I generally return fire, I don't think I really go out, I don't go to like FGO YouTube videos and correct people. I don't really do that. On very rare occasion, I may have said a jackass thing here or there, especially like a long time ago, but generally, I'm more of the return fire sort. I don't really start shit with people, but I return fire like a motherfucker, and I'm okay with that though. I feel like that's I get that's not for everybody, but I totally stand by that mindset. Yeah, and see, I feel like I feel like a lot of companies that like force their employees to put up with a lot of horse shit. I think that's where a lot of this mindset comes from. I think that's why there's so many entitled people, and they're so willing to take it and not give it. They're so used to like going to fucking McDonald's, and they can just act like a fucking spoiled 8-year-old, and everyone's just gonna hold their hand and give them a free McNugget, right? But in real life, normal people don't do that, right? If you try to pull that kind of horse, you go up to on a sidewalk, and you walk up to some dude and you start giving them this bullshit sass, you're gonna get decked in the schnoz, or they're gonna call you a fucktard, right? And rightfully so. And I think just a lot of people get so pampered by these fucking companies and all this PR nonsense on Twitter, and their fucking parents are just too scared to ever say no to them, that then when they go out and deal with actual people that aren't being held up to like some stupid company standard, you know, they're like, "Oh, how dare you talk to me that way?" You know, it's all this nonsense. I've seen that so much in my life. I've personally experienced that so much. I remember when I worked for that parking company, I really enjoyed this because our management they did not have that kind of policy where you had, if we just didn't give a fuck. Like, if people, like, we were not rude, and we did not encourage our employees to be rude at all. But it was like, if someone was being an ass to you and insulting you and stuff, we did not act like our employees had to act like drones. And we literally did not care when our employees would like fire, as long as they're being reasonable, right? We you know, no slurs, no personal attacks, none, you know, that kind of stuff. But we did not put up with, like, if customers were being unreasonable, lying, trying to, you know, pull horseshit and insulting our employees and stuff. We literally never cared. If the, like oh my god, I remember we had this one manager that if the customers started, you know, going off on them, they would. It was interesting. But anyway, yeah, it's just, in reality, if you're gonna throw sass, you're gonna get it back, unless you're dealing with, you know, a fucking, you know, McDonald's employee or whatever. Okay, let's see. I'll try Canis again. Let's give Canis the damage CE. I honestly feel like Canis would do really well here if she just had the 1000 heal command code, because she could probably use it, like, you know, 4 or 5 times. Like, that's a lot of extra health. I have to stress, I am not necessarily the world's best role model, because I really do need to stress this right now. I'm not encouraging people to, you know, it's up to you. You got your own life, you have your own standards, you got your own, you know, what you're willing to give and take and all that kind of stuff. I'm not advocating for everyone to just go off like a fucking firecracker every time somebody looks at you the wrong way, right? Because first of all, even I have a barometer of when it's, you know, right or wrong to, you know, I don't go off. I've actually never gotten, you know, mad at anyone like in a restaurant or something like that in my entire life. I've never done that. I don't just go around yelling at people, right? I don't want to incentivize that kind of behavior, but at the same time, you got to stand for yourself, because there's a difference. There's a difference between somebody giving you sass on Twitter, or because the equivalent to that in real life is very rare, right? The equivalent of some, let's say you're walking down the sidewalk, you're going somewhere, whatever, you're minding your own business, and somebody just walks up to you and is like, you shouldn't be wearing that shirt, right? That you know, it's like, at that point, fuck them, right? That's the kind of person I'm gonna be like, what the fuck? You know, you have no business telling me what I should be wearing. You know, who the fuck are you? Like, you know, and that's the, you know, but that doesn't happen very often. That's the thing. The equivalent of that, you know, happens on Twitter and YouTube all the time, right? On the internet, people, for whatever reason, people have this idea that, like, the internet gives them free reign to just act like a fucking moron, and then, and what I really mean by that, it's not that they can get away with it, it's that they literally don't expect people to behave like they do in real life, right? They'll talk to strangers in a way that would get them punched in the face, right? But they won't do that in real life. And they don't even realize it. Some people do, but a lot of people don't even realize that double standard they're having. Like, they'll behave a way online in a way that they would never act in person, and they don't even realize it, right? And so, like, a lot of the ways I act when people say stupid shit in, like, my YouTube comments or whatever, and when I put them on blast, right? I'm not gonna do that when, like, one guy gives me you know, like a slightly, you know, weird look or weird comment at the grocery store or whatever, right? It's just that it's disproportionate, right? There's no reason to do that. So, but yeah, I got, and I also, I really gotta stress, I'm a pretty, you know, I'm pretty extreme in the kind of person that I am, and I'm okay with that, and, you know, I have my standards and all that I'll, you know, the hill I'll die on, right? That doesn't necessarily mean that that's how everybody needs to be, right? You gotta find your own barometer of, you know, what you think is integrity, what you think is worth worrying about, what you know, and what you're worth putting up with. That's the thing, because I get, you know, because I have, you know, my standards, and I don't put up with, you know, smack talk from people and all this nonsense. I get into this stuff often because of that, right? Where if I just let it slide, I could just ignore it and go about my day. I don't mind, because I kind of enjoy these things, right? A lot of people don't, right? So if you got like some dumbass YouTube comment or whatever, a lot of times it might be healthier for you to just ignore it, because, you know, who cares? And because if you don't actually enjoy getting into this kind of thing, it's, you know, why do it? So how much do I want NP gain right now? Not, I mean, this is really awkward. I think we go, fuck, I don't know. I guess we go for normal card damage, just because we have the damage CE. Also, when you're interacting with friends, and this gets complicated in life, but this is just the reality of it. The way you interact with friends is very different than how you interact with strangers, right? Because then jabbing and joking and intent is a lot more obvious and those kinds of things. You know, how you deal with strangers versus acquaintances is different, and how you deal with acquaintances and friends is different, and how you deal with friends and best friends is different, right? And also that depends on the person. So it's like that stuff gets complicated, but I think, you know, it's how you deal with strangers is pretty standard, I would say. How much do I care about my cooldowns right now? None of them are even on cooldown, and I don't really want to activate any of them. So I don't need to do jack shit here. But wait, how much do I want NP gain? I could do attack up and go for NP gain and potentially still kill it. I don't want NP gain that much. I think we just kill the jackass. Yeah, that, you know, now I'll say this, and you got to be careful about this. I think some people, because it's easy to say, oh yeah, it's okay to put your friends on blast because, you know, you're just joking and all that kind of stuff. But I don't like saying that either, because that you can still really annoy people when you do that, because some people don't like those kind of relationships. They don't want to be put on blast all the time. They, you know, but some people don't mind, right? It just depends. It depends on the person. And even the people that don't mind it, I always say you do need to find a balance. I think it's really, especially for guys. Guys rip on each other all the time, and that's pretty normal. Now, that doesn't mean all your guy friends you need to always rip on, because some of them might legitimately not like that kind of thing. So you got to know the individual, right? That's just common courtesy, I think. But I think even with your friends that are okay with you ripping on them and all that stuff, and I think a lot of guys just don't think about this, but you gotta find a balance, because people do need support in their life, and they do need, you know, friends, and they, you know, you don't want to be a dick to your friend 24/7, right? If that's literally all you ever do, even though they know it's a joke, it's gonna annoy them ultimately, and it's gonna, they might not even realize it, but people, you know, the more you rip on someone, the also on the flip side, the more genuine you need to be from time to time. That's how I try to be. You know, you sometimes it's nice to just be genuine and be like, you know, I really appreciate you, you're a good friend, right? It doesn't hurt to say that every once in a while. It really doesn't. It won't kill you, I promise, right? So it's good to make sure you actually are honest and genuine from time to time as well. But by all means, you know, I understand a lot of circles of friends, you know, it's you know, it's just it's like a fun competition, you know, to just, you know, make fun of each other. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Especially for guys. I think guys, you know, that's extremely normal for them. I don't think, do I use my third skill? I mean, they might buff. I guess we don't. This is where having a heal would be nice, though. I could just take some damage here, then heal it back, like from the command code. Yeah, I think a lot of people just kind of miss that mark sometimes, and they're always ripping on their friends, and they forget you actually have to be genuine every once in a while, right? And it's not trying to insult anyone, it's just, fuck, that was a lot of damage. I should use my third skill, right? Because, you know, the way it works is it goes away really fast, but it can last multiple turns, and you don't normally get any value out of the multiple turns, so the turn switch actually could have been good. I almost want to cast it now just because of that, but then the guts might go off too late, so I guess I wait. That's unfortunate. That could have gone better. This background always makes me think of Toon World from like Yu-Gi-Oh and stuff. Boy, that's a segue. Okay, we meet again. Yet again, I almost wonder if I should have used the invulnerability much sooner, just because, I mean, we're already on turn 6, for God's sakes. Alright, fuck her up! Come on, we got big damage this time. Just blow it up. Give me the crits. the thing is, people, everyone's different, right? Wow. There you go. Give me the Nobel Peace Prize. Everybody's different. Whoa. Anyway, but like, there's just different kinds of people, right, that have different attitudes and you know, like some people, they don't, I don't want to name drop anyone because I don't want to put anyone on the spot here, but I have some friends where they're just not the kinds of people, they're not like overly sensitive or anything, but they're just not the kinds, they don't rip on anybody. They just don't, but they're still fun people to be around and all this stuff, and they've got, you know, plenty of positive aspects and everything. But you're kind of just an ass if you start being a dick to them too, right? Even if you're joking, because they just don't behave that way, right? So it's just different people have a different, you know, barometer on things and everything. It just, you know, you gotta get what I'm saying is get to know people, stupid, right? That's the main thing, right? You know, you just gotta get to know people and figure out what they're about and where they're at, and you know, then that's kind of where you decide how you want to interact with them, or if you want to interact with them at all. How cheeky do I want to be? If I crit, we can kill this with okay, fuck it. This is so risky. If this doesn't kill, this is so bad. The damage CEs make things a lot easier. Come on! Give me one crit, just get... we'll probably kill it anyway. There we go, alright. Yeah, we're so far ahead in comparison to last time just because of the damage CE. Like, it's just such a big difference. And kill rate is such a big deal because you get more turns where they don't get to attack because they're dead, right? Stuff like that. That's why NP gain is like super big here, because it's more time where... Because without the damage CE, we can't wipe them. And if we can't wipe them, we don't get a turn where they don't hit us. Which is, it's a free turn off your cooldowns, right? So almost killing them versus killing them is a huge difference. But also getting your NP fast is important because it means you're getting those turns, you know, to wipe them out more often. Yeah, I think we could have killed that without the crit. It would have just been a little bit close. The mom friend. Like, I think a lot of circles of friends have that kind of thing. Like, I know a few where it's just like, they're just not the kind of person you want to rag on like that. Like, you may be a little bit, but not, and again, it's not that they're oversensitive. It's just that, it's not that kind of dynamic. Well, I don't know why I just cast that. That is so unnecessary. Although I'm probably never going to need it again, so it doesn't matter. I guess I'll do this. Okay, I'll give an example out of my own like personal circle here, right? I've got my brother, and then I've got Tusk, right? Now Tusk is a fucking jackass, and you know he does troll things all the time, and he just makes so many problems for people all the fucking time, and he'll make fun of me all the time. So I'm gonna make fun of him all the time too, right? That's just we're always shooting shots at each other, right? And that's just kind of what you expect, right? But then, like, my brother is a way more laid-back guy. You know, he'll joke a little bit, but, you know, he's got a sense of humor, absolutely. But he's a pretty laid-back, chill person. But, you know, he's older than me. You know, he's a fairly wise person. You know, so we don't really have that kind of dynamic. You know, we'll joke with each other a bit, but it's not that kind of thing, you know. It's just... And so I'm not going to just randomly, you know, I'm not going to constantly be putting him on blast like I would Tusk, because he's just not that kind of guy. He's not going to be insulted or anything if I do. It's just not that kind of, you know, dynamic and stuff. That's a fucking Tusk, dude. You have no idea. Like the T-shirt story. There's probably a few people here that remember that. I'll tell that again later. Like, Jesus Christ. You can't have a guy do that and then not return fire, right? It's not right. I don't know why I'm bothering with the attack up. It's not gonna matter. Dude, I'm stupid as fuck, dude. I am so ignorant in so many fields. The thing is, I don't talk about those things, right? All the many things I'm ignorant af at, I just shut the fuck up about. And I don't go to YouTube videos about things that I don't have any idea about and you know, start talking, right? I don't do that. I generally stay in my field of that where I have at least a clue, right? So you can kind of like, you can arbitrarily make yourself seem a lot smarter if you just shut the fuck up when the things you don't know anything about are relevant, right? You just don't do that. It's like a way to cheat to make yourself seem smart when you're actually not. Dude, oh my god, I need to play that game. What was that game called? Squiggle or something. You basically are supposed to like, you all get like prompts and you're supposed to like draw those things, and the other you want the other people to be able to guess what they are, but you have to draw with a mouse, you know, and they make it very difficult to draw well. That's kind of the point. And we've done like a Fate edition where we made all the prompts Fate related, like servants and stuff. And you just get, you know, the sooner people are able to guess what it is, the better, right? And I to this day, I don't understand how this happened, but Tusk was supposed to draw Iskander, and he had no idea how to draw that in any kind of like, you know, way. So he just drew a red squiggly line, and immediately Vol instantly guessed it was Iskander. And I'm like, what the fuck is that? Like, I swear they were cheating. I want to somehow stream that at some point, because some games like that you can get like chat involved and it can get kind of funny and stuff. Everyone's bright until you open their mouth. There's some truth to that. Yeah, Jackbox has a lot of fun stuff you can do with stream, where like the chat can collectively vote on things and stuff, and that can, like, they can pick the options and stuff like that. Like they can chime in, which is pretty cool. See, Sharky's a good example of someone that I wouldn't really pick on, even in a joking way. Like maybe a tiny bit, but he's just it's not because he's oversensitive. It's just that's not the kind of, like, why would I do that? That's just being mean. All right, let's I don't know, even with the damage CE at neutral, this is going to be a bit tricky for some people. I mean, counterclass people, though, I think they can do without the damage CE. Although we actually haven't done fuck, I'm gonna do Mordred again. I like using Mordred, so screw it. Because this way, because you gotta go run the gauntlet, right? Obviously, counterclassing makes this much easier, but we didn't actually do the one with all the extra ads. I'm so glad I have Atlas at 10 now. It's rare that it matters, but there are times where the cooldown thing can come into play. Especially for Ku. Archer with the damage CE, I don't know about that. That would be pretty tough. It'd have to be the best archer in the game for this kind of thing. It's definitely, you know, AoE is definitely incentivized in survivability. No, Orion would not be good for this. Guys, let me just punch this guy for 300k that's got 40k life. Surely we're not wasting our value here. Like, you're just gonna do so much overkill damage, not target switch often, and you don't have enough survivability, so I don't think so. Now, I don't, you know, Orion is good enough that I don't think that he would do terrible, but Orion, people have this idea that Orion is like the best solo archer ever when he really isn't. He can be, depending on the circumstances, but keyword there, circumstances. Like, there are certain situations where he excels like so much that it's like disgusting, right? But there are also circumstances where he's not so great. I don't think he would do terrible here, though. I don't think he would solo it, though. I don't know, maybe at NP5. Maybe at NP5. Because then you could target switch with your NP, right? Like, if one card can kill, because you got that, you know, stupid fucking attack up, and then you NP again, and then you target switch and kill another one, then that might work. I'd be skeptical that would work at NP1, though. Yeah, I don't know, you might not need NP5, though. You might maybe NP3 and stuff. I don't know, you'd still be pushing it. You'd still be pushing it. But maybe. Because it's true, their health is low enough that with the damage CE, you could target switch with his NP. I was kind of thinking in a world where like you wouldn't be able to do that, but you might be able to solo with him because of that, just because they're only 43k health, and if you have the damage CE and his NP, that's a lot of damage. And if you're able to kill one NP then kill one, then I think he might be able to do it. It'd still be tough because you're going to be taking so much fucking damage, and there's really no way for him to kill 3 in a turn. And there's just so many that I still think you're probably gonna die, but I don't know, maybe. You probably need luck too at the beginning here. You need to kill this fucking snake really quick. Can Mordred kill this right now? Even if she... We have extra taunt. It's a 3-turn taunt, so even if I do kill it right now, it won't screw me. I don't think she'll kill it though. I can't crit or anything. You might. No, I think the extra attack will do it. Close. Actually, I wasn't that close. We had a nice chunk of wiggle room there. Sigurd's pretty strong, lore-wise. He's not like, you know, Edmund or Buddha or something, but he's quite good. And he's got, like, primordial runes, which is pretty nuts with everything else that he has. His NP's really good. He's got good stats. Oh, crap. Okay, I need this thing not to die. George, please. Like, whenever I see people talk about Sigurd, they really just overlook his runes and like how good they are. He's got some of the best runes, period. Although, I even if his runes, if the quality is really good, I guess we don't know which effects he necessarily has, and maybe they're different. But I expect he has a lot of this stuff the other confirmed rune users have. I would think. Yeah, they haven't detailed what a lot of his stuff does, but you know, what we've seen is good, and there's just no way they're not good. Like, I don't know, I haven't looked at Sigurd's character material, now that I think about it. I read his bio, but I don't know if I ever read his character material. Because now that you mention it, I don't really think I read that. I probably should. It's not like I'm going to be able to get much value out of my second skill at any point. Although if I could get away with doing art, that would be super good. I'll just play it safe. Yeah, Sherlock's been in bad ways many times. Come on, give me at least one crit, that's all we need. 149. Actually, I don't think we needed that crit though. I think the extra attack would have killed. I think she'll beat this pretty easy. Because again, they don't get to attack there. You know, I get a free turn. That's and then finally have to use this skill, and it's basically it takes fuck all damage this turn. Yeah, her second skill buff is wild. Yep. Nice damage, guys. Getting counterclass, and then an extra 50% reduction because of her third skill. Nothing I can really do before the NP that matters. Well, I mean, Sherlock is potentially a bad guy, but we'll see. I think he's a good guy that's working with a bad guy, basically. So he might end up like getting possessed or some nonsense. Yeah, if Canis could just make a few stars on her own, hell, even 5 stars with, like, you know, you do her own natural star gen, then get the extra stars and command codes, that would boost her consistency so much. Canis is really good though, albeit slightly inconsistent. There's definitely an RNG factor with her. You can reduce that with command codes though by quite a lot, but that's definitely a thing. Anyway, so if they ever buff her, I just want them to make her more consistent. They don't really need to give her more raw value. Her raw value is actually quite high, but there's just some RNG there that's annoying. Imagine if her NP got upgraded so it just does more damage, because it'd do huge damage then because she's got that overcharge. But then it also generated like 10 or 15 stars every time you NP'd. I don't think they would do that though. I think that's just too much. Like that's some juice right there. Crap, come on, come on! Ooh! It's like overkill by like 1.2k or something. I went for that because of the defense down, but it was risky. Kill the highest level enemy because he does the most damage. I could have worked in a quick attack there for the stars. Would have still killed it and would have still got my MP. Oh, we're fine. These are the only 2 that are left. Easy. It shows how big of a difference counterclassing makes, though. If we were at neutral, we would have lost. I mean, we would have had all kinds of problems killing the waves, and we would have taken so much more damage by now. We'd have had less turn skips. We would have been taking way more damage. Is there an SSR you want to see buffed more compared to the other SSRs? I mean, sure, like just things that deserve it or that I like. I generally prefer things that deserve it the most because I can, you know, as much as I like a certain unit, I know that's how much someone else likes those other units, so I'm always like, the things that have been in the game longer and need buffs more should get it first, because everybody has their favorites. But yeah, I'm always on the side of who deserves it, generally. Even though, you know, on a selfish level, I'm happy if things get buffed that I like, sure. But, you know, I'm so aware that other people like their favorite units, you know, as much as I do, so... Okay, this is going to be easier now because we don't have all the other nonsense. I guess I don't want to change the team, so we'll just have Chin eat that, and that's fine. Make it harder on her. Have we got... I don't know if we've gotten a Lancer gem this entire time. Although we haven't been winning super fast because we're dicking around, but I'm not sure we've actually gotten the Lancer gem, and we only needed 1. Oh, that CE effect is not very helpful right now. I almost want a battery right now. I don't... Nah, we don't need it though, because this second wave is silly. I hate that I have a Brave Chain. I finally get a Brave Chain and I can't take it. The melt's fine. I would say out of all the 5 stars, Vlad probably doesn't need to buff the most, even though he just got buffed. It's like Vlad, Anastasia. Oh, Anastasia's up there. She's good for farming, but Jesus, there's so many value issues with her outside of that. Yeah, Anastasia, Vlad. Lantoria's up there, but I do think she's a bit better than people think. Some say Anastasia buff. Hey, hi, Ari. We were admiring your Moriarty. You don't understand how jealous I am of that, by the way, but one day. But yeah, Anastasia, Vlad, Lantoria's still up there. I think Mama Nobu could use another one. The one they gave her was kind of weird. Let me think, what else? Those are the big ones, though. There's plenty of other summons that could use them, but yeah, I think Anastasia really needs it. I do legitimately think Anastasia is actually pretty nice for farming. And it's certainly not, it's certainly not been lurking. It's, how do I just, maybe Ari can help me out on this one. It's like, she has a lot of good things, right? Even for challenge quests. But there's just, it's like, it's inconsistent, wonky, and then there's also problems are present, right? Like the damage isn't really what you would want. You know, the stun, I feel like if the stun was consistent, that would really help. Like, that's really obnoxious, because you're already dealing with the kind of lower damage, and then if the stun doesn't land, like, those two things combined is just like, ugh, it's really frustrating. But there's a lot of good things in her kit. You know, Piercing Vulnerability is nice, you know, or all the damage up abilities and stuff. You know, there's a lot of good things there. Alright, what am I doing here? Basically, we want this guy to die. I don't think I used my second skill, though. Do I use my first skill? So at least one turn will go by, maybe 2 turns to the thing. It's only worth it if it kills, which I don't think it will. Although it probably will come back by the time I need it. Fuck it, why not? I'm very skeptical that this is a wise decision, because I don't think it's going to result in it dying when I want it to. Joan of Arc honestly doesn't need a buff at all. She's still, like, I need to make, I swear I need to at least make the 5-star tier list, so if I don't want to do the full commentary, I can at least show it to people. But anyway, spoilers, Joan of Arc's going to be decently high on my tier list. Yeah, she's not going to be as high as Merlin and stuff, but, you know, that's no real criteria. It's not like you need to be as good as Merlin. Actually, maybe we are glad we did that bus drop. It's taking a bit longer to kill this thing than I would have liked. But, like, she's so... I mean, for farming, of course, Joan of Arc's something amazing, but you're never going to change that. She's just not designed for that kind of thing. Okay, so if the Buster Up had resulted in me killing it that turn, it would have been worth it. Fuck. God damn it. That skill still really sucks. Anyway, so if I could have killed it a turn sooner, it would have really helped. But I would have killed it this turn with or without that Buster Up sooner. Now, the Buster Up's going to be back by the time I need it, so it didn't matter. So I might as well gone for it. Might as well have attempted it. But yeah, this guy could have a good bit more health this turn, and I still could kill him. I haven't actually thought about where I'm going to put Arjuna. I've actually done some of the list. It's got a ways to go. I'm going to have to test him more. He's not going to be low tier, I'll tell you that. Like, he's not going to be low tier. I mean, he's just... Even before command codes, because, you know, Arjuna obviously scales with command codes more than the typical unit does. But, you know, some people say, oh, but you can't guarantee they're going to have command codes, blah, 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 blah. So basically how I do it is command codes, if you're really good with certain command codes, and it's more than the norm, because anyone could have command codes, right? And they make everyone better. But if it helps you more than the norm, that does boost your rating, but it doesn't boost your rating like a massive amount. Just because, yeah, maybe you don't have the command codes, but maybe you do. So I feel like it's fair to have it boost the rating, but not like a huge amount. Anyway, even without Arjuna, even if Arjuna has no command codes, or command codes that even exist, I would still rate him decently well because there's just so much good in his kit. He's immune to debuffs for 5 turns. How is that not good? He gets a huge amount of self-healing, he has an upgraded NP, and he has a bunch of damage up skills. So his NP hits really hard. It doesn't matter that Gilgamesh's NP hits harder. It's not like Arjuna starts sucking because someone else does better, right? He still does good enough damage to get the job done most of the time, right? Like, he does very good AoE damage. He can get decent normal card damage. He has extremely good healing. He's immune to debuffs. That alone is awesome. He's just, you know, he gets his NP very quickly. The combination of having a nice battery skill and combined with having an art deck actually works out really nicely for him. So he's just good. He's a really nice AoE archer. He does great. He's fucking great. And then you get command codes, and he's actually kind of disgusting. Yeah, I don't really have anything bad to say about him. It's just the fact that he's just not as good as some of the other archers. You know, he doesn't have hard survival. He's got so much soft survival though that it kind of makes up for that. But you know, he does not have hard survival. He does not have the most AoE damage ever. You know, there's you know, he's a bit of wonk there, sure. But that doesn't suddenly make him bad. Like, no way. Like, he's super good. It's just, yeah, Gilgamesh is disgusting, Ishtar is disgusting, Orion is disgusting, right? He's not gonna be higher than them. I can tell you that right now. He's not gonna be lower than Tesla too, honestly, because I mean, I've tested Tesla quite a bit lately. I'll have to actually sit down and test all these archers and stuff more. But from what I've done, I would say Tesla's definitely better. Tesla's honestly a big boy. Like, seriously, I think that's one of the most slept on units. He really is one of the big boys. Like, Tesla as a strong lad. There is lightning. So yeah, Tesla's gonna be higher, Gil's gonna be higher, Ishtar's gonna be higher, Orion's gonna be higher, but he's still gonna be up there. He's not gonna be low tier, no way. He's gonna be above mid tier too, definitely. Okay, there's only 4. This is so much easier, like, on this version. Like, the enemies do have more health, but and a noticeable amount. They do have a noticeable amount of more health, but they're so... Why did I do that? I should have just waited. I could have just waited a turn. By the way, that skill seal fucked me. Although if I'd killed it sooner, we'd be in the same boat. But if I was gonna not kill it, then I would have liked to have gotten the bonus of getting my cooldowns back, right? That's, you know, that's fair. Basically, that snake gave me the cons of him living and robbed me of the positives. That bastard. That snake bastard. I almost want to do art. Could I... Her overcharge isn't as good as Mordred's. It doesn't give as much NP back. But we could get a good bit of NP there, then use our battery. I mean, Medusa's got an okay hit count. It's only worth it if it means, like, get my NP. I think we do the Buster Chain. Especially because I used the Buster up. That's tempting, though. Tesla's buff was weird, I do agree, but it's still nice. Let's say you're working with Merlin, no one's gonna complain that you just gave Merlin an NP game buff. That's fine, like, that's a perfectly handy buff to have. I do agree it's a bit, you know, odd, but I think it's odd because they're kind of going for a more thematic buff, because he's already so good. It's not like, seriously, there's no world where Tesla's not good, so... Yeah, I'm fine with the way they did it. I wouldn't have complained if he had gotten a buff that put him completely on par with, like, Ishtar and Gil, but it's no big deal, because in some circumstances he's actually better than both of them. Now, I think they're better than him more often than he's better than them, but it's close enough that, you know, I'm like, yeah, this is fine. I'm not super familiar with her gain rates off the top of my head. I actually did test her quite a bit for the tier list, but I'm not 100% sure we're going to get her NP here. Okay, no, we're fine. Just a big crit. I was pretty sure if we crit, we were going to be fine, but if we had not crit, I was a bit worried. Although I think we would have gotten it anyway. I think we would have failed to have gotten... Oh, yeah, we would have gotten it anyway. Because we got, like, what? That was, like, 30... I think we got actually just straight up 31% off of them attacking us, or 32% or something like that off them attacking us. That would have made up for not critting. Also, I fucked up. I'm misplaying quite a bit here, actually. I'm kind of glad that this stage is a bit easier, because I made a lot of misplays. I shouldn't have done... There was no point in doing my battery skill until this turn. What's the difference if I get the battery last turn during their turn, or if I get it right now when I use it? And then right now would be a better time to have the crit stars. Now, thankfully, the boss is low enough that it's irrelevant. I don't need the crit stars, but you know, if I had to have needed them, that was a fuck up. It's hard to say. It is true that Super Orion overkills a lot and that kind of stuff, but he's still got a really good track record of being able to carry pretty well. Granted, there are certain kinds of stages that he does kind of badly in, but the amount of stages that he does well in is high enough, and he does so well in those stages. I do think I would rate him higher than Arjuna. Because, yeah, there are circumstances where Orion is not necessarily the best pick, but there's a lot of situations where he is the best pick, or one of the best picks, and he's such a carry in those situations that and those situations come up so often that it's very noteworthy. Like, he is very good in a lot of boss fights. Like I always say, I think people slightly overrate him, but he's still super fucking good, right? Like super fucking good. Goodbye QP. And goodbye Lancer Gems. God, I have 0 Lancer Gems. Please do not add a 3-star Lancer that I really like anytime soon. Just make them a different class, for God's sakes. I am so, like, not only am I fucked on Lancer Gems, but I still gotta do his 3rd skill. And, fuck, I don't have enough of those. God damn it, I thought I did. Well, at least I get the 1st skill. That means I don't get the cooldown reduction, which means it wasn't really worth doing right now. Damn it. Anyway, there's other Lancers I still need to give Lancer Gems to. Like, there's a backlog here. Yeah, well, okay, here's the thing about Orion, and this is true for basically every unit in the entire game, not just units that are similar to Orion, like Balding, right? This goes for pretty much everyone. You are kind of always reliant on your teammates for NP gain, no matter who you are, because you don't know what the deck is going to give you. You basically can't have enough NP gain because you guarantee that you get your full deck over 3 turns, but you don't know in what order, you don't know if someone's gonna die and then shuffle it, you don't know if like you're gonna have, like you could basically have Orion gets almost all of his cards in hand 1, and then the deck shuffles after turn 3, and he gets literally no cards in hand 4 or 5, and he doesn't get a card a hand until turn 6. That can happen, right? That is a massive amount of time where you can't get any NP gain, and so then you kind of you want your waiver to fix that and and stuff like that. Although Orion is more susceptible to those kinds of hands because his NP doesn't do any damage, so giving him his NP when he doesn't have any cards doesn't actually help. But that's abnormal. Anyway, so in a solo situation, Orion, as you say, does not need any help. He has good enough NP gain. You kind of need command codes, I'll say, to make sure you're being consistent. But yeah, he's very self-reliant in a solo, and that's very good. That's a positive for him. It's absolutely worth noting. And I mean, Orion is great, dude. Orion is a fucking great unit. But in a team setting, the team setting always makes things less reliable. You're not always going to be able to get his art card right after NPing and stuff like that, or even have your buster cards if you want to start doing damage right away. There's more randomness to it, just inherently. That's how team play is. So unless you're sitting there resetting over and over, which spoilers, lots of people do that with Orion and stuff like that, where they have to make sure they get the right hand at the right time. But so how you can kind of compensate for the inconsistency of a team is, oh hey, look, I have Merlin's 1st skill, it gives me 20 MP charge and even more attack up, and oh, and invulnerability and all these other things, right? And Waver or Scatty or Chin, they offset the problems that come around with RNG and then some. So I mean, everybody I think is reliant on the team in a team setting to a degree because you don't know what you're gonna get. That's why Scatty though is a thing. That's why people so when you have Edmund gets his 50% charge without getting a single card, and then Scatty's is a skill which doesn't need a card. So if you're fighting 3 enemies and you're using Edmund, K-Scope, double Scatty, yada yada, you're going to be able to do the loop no matter what the deck does, and that's why that's like a really powerful option. Actually, double Hanzo Orion absolutely works. Absolutely. That's another thing I like about Orion is he's very budget friendly. You don't need a million disgusting things to make him work. You can work with very simplistic teams and still work. And it's because he generates stars off of his skill, and because he has good gain rate and that kind of stuff. Like there's just a lot of things that make him not reliant on Waver or Merlin. Although he can work with them absolutely, but he's not reliant on them. And I like that. Orion's awesome. Like I really like the way he's designed. Lancelot can often get 50%. It's a bit harder for him, especially for consecutive turns. He's a lot of times you bring a Mystic Code to help offset. You bring a Switch Mystic Code and another unit with charge, or you use the Hogwarts one, right, to get the 20% charge and that kind of stuff. And also the Babylonia one works really well. So I mean he can do it as well, but sometimes you need that slight bit of help. The Babylonia Mystic Code works really well because if you fall short after the first NP, you do your first NP, wave 1's gone, you're on wave 2, and you're at like 95% NP. Then you do the Babylonia Mystic Code. It gives you 10% NP charge. Now you're 100%. It also gives you NP gain up. So now in wave 2, while you're hitting everybody, that NP gain rate up is applying, and now your refund is larger than normal, and that'll guarantee that you get 100% for wave 3. And thankfully for NA, you got the Babylonia Mystic Code way early, and you already have it for Scatty, so that's actually going to make Scatty way more consistent with more people. So, JP had to wait fucking forever. When does Super Orion come out? Yeah, it lost about 5-1. So you've got a year and a half? Maybe? Maybe slightly less than that? I don't... Yeah, I guess slightly less than that. It's a good chunk over a year, though. Good chunk over a year. I know it's roughly a year and a half, give or take either way. Okay, boys, I think we'll wrap up there. I gotta eat, and I gotta do laundry. I actually should have done that yesterday. But I should be able to stream again tomorrow. I don't know, nothing's really going on in FGO right now. That might be a good day to maybe try a different game. What I need to do is I need to put a straw poll together or something of like just random games that people have been asking me to play a lot and just have people vote on it and I'll just play whatever. Because honestly, if I'm streaming and interacting with chat, I can enjoy anything. The game can suck and I'll enjoy myself and just talking to chat about, you know, articulating why I think the game is trash. So I honestly, I can play whatever. So we'll just have to kind of see what we want to do. I heard that Doom Eternal's on sale. I don't know if people would want, I don't know how much crossover my audience has with the first-person shooter, but that game looks kind of cool to me. I have streamed Armored Core before, but I figure a lot of people here weren't around back then. It's a bit more effort to stream it though, because it's on console. But I know I do have a capture card, so I can do it. I will stream Armored Core again at some point. I kind of just want to wait a minute because I like this is how I am with games like that. I like to kind of get rusty, you know, kind of forget some things so I don't remember everything. It makes it more fresh, and that way it makes you less impressive on stream, right? You can't play as well, but that's kind of more fun, right? I think people like when you suck. It's fun when you play games like that, and it's been a long time. Darkest Dungeon is definitely a possibility. I've heard about that game a lot. I know it's turn-based. I don't really know what the gameplay is, but I know it's turn-based, and that's a pretty high possibility. I've been interested in playing that. People ask for that a lot. I know it's old, but it seems to have a lot of like people like it still. So yeah, I might do that. Okay, let's That is the one bad thing about sucking is it makes people backseat more, which is actually really annoying. Let us raid somebody. Let's try Toho. Man, Toho is killing it, man. He's done so well when he switched to Twitch. Like, he's getting great views. That's awesome. Like, he is the FGO streamer, right? Like, he's like the face of it. Which, like I said, I'm totally fine with that because he's pretty good guy. I think so. But, like, Jesus, he's doing great, man. Look at that. All right, boys. You guys have a good one. I'm gonna go make some food, probably not a hot dog bun, you know. And yeah, I'll try to stream tomorrow. Peace!